The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The final day of Rapid was full of surprises at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia in Zagreb. With only 3 rounds left before the faster time control, players pressed to accumulate as many points as possible. Tournament leader Fabiano Caruana looks cool, calm, and collected, winning all 3 of his games to remain in clear first. Wesley is playing exceptional chess, trailing only his compatriot, but is still well within striking distance of the reigning GCT champion. The American Tour players ran away with the Rapid section, but when it comes to Blitz, anything can happen. Day 4 of action-packed chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 4 of the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz held here in beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. The Rapid portion was a thrill, but the Blitz is starting today and the action is getting faster and more furious. Let's go to the studio and start Day 4 action.
Blitz, baby! 9 rounds of fast chess and a chance to catch the leaders. Day 4 starts right now. Hello and welcome. It is Day 4 of the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz, and it's Blitz time. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always, it's going to be great fun commentating the action alongside Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
It's such a great pleasure to be with you both. I've really been enjoying the Rapid and Blitz, and I hope you have too. Well, put aside the Rapid, and it's a very good thing as well, because Fabiano has been on a rapid tear. 6 wins, 3 draws. But if you go back to Bucharest and include the 3 playoff victories that he's had 9 wins, 3 draws in the Rapid. TPR, tournament performance rating of 29.77. Wow. I mean, it's just simply been outstanding. Jovi, do the honors. Tell us about our tournament leader.
Yeah, Fabiano had a perfect day yesterday, winning all of his games. So that means he has a 3-point lead with 15 points over Wesley, who's just there on 12 points. Levon, Aronian in clear third on 11 points. And then we have the trio of Nepomniachtchi, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza, Firouzja on 10 points. Now is the time for the players to start winning those points if they want to catch up with Fabiano Caruana.
15 out of 18. Simply outstanding. Tell us about the format, Jody.
Yes. Well, now it's Blitz time, so that means we're going to see a lot of Blitz over the weekend. 18 rounds of Blitz, to be precise. It's going to be 1 point for the win, half point for a draw, and this is where everyone has to hold on to their seats and buckle up, because time control is 5 minutes plus 2-second time bonus per move.
Absolutely fast. And this schedule, not much left, but
it's going to get intense because we have 9 rounds of Blitz today, 9 rounds of Blitz tomorrow, and tomorrow, even if there is a tie for first place, there will be playoffs, so a champion will be crowned. And do remember that tomorrow's action begins 1 hour earlier.
Fantastic. And Miro, I got to tell you, welcome to the American chess show.
Well, it's an era of American rapid play, as it turns out, right? So once again, if we check our standings, we can see that at the very top, we have pretty much the national team of the US. Right, so we'll start with Levon Aronian, crowd favorite, my personal pick for this event. So Levon, he was kind of day 1, day 2, he was making the same mistake. He was losing the first game of the day, which doesn't really work that well. However, on day 3, thanks to, 5 out of 6 on day 3, he finds himself positioned 3rd in a cross table. Wow, well done, Levon. And we're looking forward to your blitz display.
More great things.
Wesley does Wesley things. So very stable, not a single loss, and well, a victory a day. He'll have to increase the number of victories because today we have a little round-robin tournament, like 9-rounder blitz. But he's capable of, so Fabi shouldn't rest on his lead. Speaking of Fabi and his lead, though, he has built quite a lead with 15 points out of 18 possible.
Remarkable.
That's amazing, and it's thanks to yesterday's, well, tremendous performance. 3 wins in a row, 3 out of 3. That was incredible. So Fabi, of course, is a great favorite to win in the event. You'd expect the other 2 that we've highlighted to be his only contenders, but let's not forget that there is a group of blitz specialists participating in this tournament, and they are within a striking distance.
Absolutely. Thank you, Miro. And it's my pleasure to introduce our broadcasting team in Zagreb, Anastasiya and Cristian.
Good to see you guys. Welcome back, chess fans, to the first day of Blitz here in Zagreb, Croatia. If the trend is of any indication, the excitement of these games will only increase. Anastasiya.
And time will decrease
exactly.
at the same time, right?
As the time decreases, Anastasiya, how was your morning?
My morning was great. We were here in the plane venue, actually in a different one, in the top floor, where we will have the closing ceremony after the end of this tournament. So the organizers actually decided to have many side events, and one of it was today. We had many players, more than 100, were taking part in the Blitz tournament warm-up for the local chess fans, as well as some foreign players decided to come to Zagreb and play in this really nice event with decent prize fund. It was more than 3,000, by the way. So big fights, and I expect all these fans to come today to the plane venue. We have Saturday, free day, so everybody can enjoy the games and stay in the plane venue as much as they want, and then take pictures with their favorite players and sign some autographs. We can see many kids, women, big gathering right in this plane venue.
I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen any of the guys playing in this one, participating in
They can do so, you know
one.
that, yes, they can play in both events easily, right?
Absolutely.
But okay, decided to skip this time.
And they could have easily won it. But Miro, you talked about the top 3 participants. I'm going to talk about one of the dark horses, in my opinion, going into these Blitz rounds. And that is, of course, Alireza Firouzja, the young star from France, just an incredible player, and I have to say he was a bit sad. It felt like he was a bit sad in the first 3 days, but I have a feeling he's going to come with renewed and improved emotions in this one. 21 years of age, URS rating 2762, and he's the 2022 Grand Chess Tour winner. I vividly remembered those tournaments when he came from Miami after winning a tournament. He came and won a couple of tournaments back-to-back in St. Louis, the Sinquefield Cup and the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and almost won a third one, the Chess 9LX. Do you know who stopped him in that one?
Who?
Fabiano Caruana. He has 5 points to try to catch up with the leader. He will need to start stringing victory after a victory, but if one man is capable, it is this young man. Guys, we have so many exciting games coming up your way. I cannot wait to give you guys all the insights from Zagreb. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasiya. Jovi, do the honors. Start our Blitz pairings for the first round.
It's going to be intense and already very important from round 1. Fabiano Caruana, tournament leader, plays Nepomniachtchi.
Nice.
That's going to be our marquee matchup. Then Gukesh has white against Levon, Aronian. Vidit Gujrathi needs to make a comeback. Maybe the Blitz is going to be the format for him. He's got white against Anish, Giri. Saric plays Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Wesley plays the ever-dangerous Alireza Firouzja.
That'll be our backup match for sure. And they're fighting hard, Jovi. What are they fighting for?
Well, they got money on their mind, because take a look at this. First place will net $40,000. Not bad for 5 days' work.
Right.
Second place, $30,000. Third place, $25,000. And this is the type of prize fund where points mean significant prizes.
Absolutely. As the players get ready to do battle, we see our tournament leader, Fabi, with the white pieces against Nepo. This will be our marquee matchup. And because the Blitz is so fast, each round of the 5 games that are being played, we're going to pick a game that we're going to focus on. And then we're going to have a backup game in case our premier game is a fizzle. And this will be our premier game. Our marquee game will be between Fabi and Nepo. As the tournament gets started, here we go.
And
D4 by Fabi.
Yep. And there we can see the players, the whole view of the tournament. And let's dive into the action, Yasser.
Yes.
And you can see Fabiano with the white pieces goes for something
Queen's pawns out.
relatively
Queen
solid.
pawns, but I believe Nepo wanted to play a mainline Grunfeld, and with the G3 Bishop G2 system, D5 isn't that effective when then, well, having...
It's on the board now.
Yeah.
So this is the moment. You're going to castle. He takes the pawn. So we're going to be looking at some mainline Grunfeld theory here, Yasser.
Except with the knight not on the C3 square, then it's just not that convenient for black with that extra knight. So E2, E4 gives the knight the boot, and then D4, D5 boots the other knight. Now this is, you think to yourself, well, this is very strange. You're provoking white to take full command of the center with E4, D5, and yet that's the whole idea in the Grunfeld, to provoke white's center forward so that this bishop is actually on a very nice long diagonal. Now, whether it will pay off, it's a little sketchy.
In a second. This
Rook
is a new
E1.
kind of newish move. Rook E1,
Okay.
knight moves back to B6. There was pressure against the D4 pawn, so white just simply pushes the E pawn in order to bolster the center.
Now, I remember a game between Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri, where Anish on the black side played Rook E8 as a prelude to E2, E7, E5. That was from Tata Steel and Vaikanze. It was a game that Anish actually won against the world champion. And so they're still, in theory, takes on E5 with the pawn.
Yeah, there was just too much pressure there, so I've seen one game on my database.
One.
Despite this being like a position where it's relatively familiar, we see black employing the plan of E5 breaking up the center, but just the one game, Yasser, knight takes E5 was the response by black.
I'm really not too sure how white is supposed to get an advantage with knight takes E5. Well, Fabi is playing this as if all part of his prep, but I'm looking, and I do see that this bishop is looking very nicely, and so you shut it down with the move C7.
C6 is a lovely move, also controlling the knight jumps to B5 and D5. And
Absolutely.
now is the time for white to decide how they're going to develop the dark square bishop, because this knight that black has on B6 can jump forward to C4. So E4.
Here we
Well,
go.
here we go.
So now we're finally putting our majority, I want to say white's majority, is to play F4 and E5. Here, the move bishop G4 I would find attractive, trying to provoke F3, which I think is absolutely what white wants to do anyway. But I want to make sure that this diagonal is closed. The immediate bishop E6. I was going to play bishop G4, F6, and then drop back.
Mm-hmm. And now, how do you develop the dark square bishop?
I just develop it. Now, whether I go to H6 or F4, interestingly enough, bishop F4 is not completely crazy, accepting the double pawns, because that pawn on F4 can actually be useful. But again, I'm seeing Fabi play this opening as if he knew he could expect this position with his decision to play
And
rook
there
E1.
we see F4
Whoa.
and a very quick bishop takes knight, changing the nature of the position.
Totally.
Knight comes out to A4. It feels like Nepo has seen this position before in his analysis.
Absolutely. It feels like prep for him because he's been playing it so quickly. Now the question for me is, how is white supposed to handle this very direct attack on the pawn on C3? We could play bishop A3.
Yeah, but then this encourages black
rook
to
D8.
challenge on the D line.
I'm not exactly... I don't like the looks of bishop to D2. If I play bishop to D2, rook to D8, I'm facing knight to B2.
Yeah, then you would have to start going rook to b1 and counter-attacking the pawn on b7.
Exactly.
And white's rooks don't make a great impression. Maybe it's time just to give up the pawn on c3. Just don't hold it under such high regard. I know this is sacrilegious to you, Yasser.
Exactly, but okay, from Black's point of view, he's given up the 2 bishops, but he's got a pretty good grip on the light squares on the queen side. I can imagine Black wanting to challenge the d-file, planting his bishop on c4, and just rolling on the queen side. But again, I'm really concerned about knight takes c3. Knight takes c3 will also come with a threat of knight e2 check and knight takes d1. So Fabi, by the way, has just stopped.
Yeah, totally. But he cannot afford to take a massive think here because it's such a short time control.
Exactly.
And 2 seconds is really not a fantastic increment. I mean, you can barely make a move in that amount of time.
Exactly.
So,
hand-eye coordination is good, but you're not going to build up a lot of time with 2 seconds per move. By the way, that, if you don't mind me, I just make a very quick determination here. That's why I felt bishop f4, because now if the bishop c3, bc3, at least you can understand that white, could plant his bishop on e5 or d6.
Well, bishop d2, though, was the weapon of choice from Fabi.
I wouldn't really call it a weapon, but yes, bishop to d2. Okay, well, this is an automatic move. Rook to d8, threatening knight b2, winning material.
And well, now Fabiano is down to 1 minute and 15 seconds, whereas Jan 3 minutes and 30. And yeah, the bishop tucks itself away on e1.
He had to, because the knight was coming.
Yeah.
Now I want to play knight to d2. Pardon me, knight to b2 to get the knight to d3, but I'm a little bit worried about rook sliding over to b1. So that's why I'm pointing out the move b7, b5 here to make the move knight b2 playable.
Mm-hmm. I like b5 as well, because there you do have the threat of rook takes rook and snatching that pawn on a2.
Funny you should mention that. That was plan B. Indeed, rook takes d1, rook takes d1, and bishop takes a2 is on Black's agenda. In that case, if the rook were to come to d7, the pawn would already be on b5. So,
despite having the bishop pair, this is a really awkward position for white. Because
Exactly.
Black is the one that is primed to take over the d line with moves such as bishop to g4. And Jan has a lot of choice. And you see him
he went for the pawn right away.
Oh, and a very quick response from Fabi. Rook a1, big threat on the board. Rook a3,
Bishop
attacking
b3.
both the bishop and the knight.
Yeah, the bishop dropped back to b3, just protecting the knight. And if you go chasing, I was about to say, if you go chasing to a3, well, the bishop just skips away either to d1 or b2. But this way...
Maybe this was too much of a hasty decision for Jan, because the b pawn will fall.
I still like it, because that is a passed a pawn that Jan is going to get. So imagine bishop c2. Imagine rook takes b7.
And you're just going to say, let's go.
And put on your tracksuit and get that a pawn running. Yes, and indeed, he's played just that line.
Okay, well, there's a lot of danger here.
Ooh.
Rook b2. Well, there's a pawn on e4 that's fallen off. And now we see that Jan,
is
at the end of
struggling to hold
this,
it.
is just simply a pawn up. And it's a very good pawn on a7.
It truly is.
The knight as well on e4.
Yes.
Parked in a beautiful square in the center. And
A5.
there it comes.
a5, get that pawn as... a moment ago, white would have been threatening, in my view, to play the move bishop a5, but a5, excellent move.
Yep.
And after c5 and f5, well, only a 2-result game as our tournament leader under duress. And the clock is also
It's
an
huge.
issue.
We see Fabiano down to 30 seconds on the clock, and f5. Beautiful move there from Jan, just bolstering the knight on e4. We see Fabi just blockading the pawn on with rook a3, but the bishop on e1 makes such an unpleasant sight. It's completely dominated.
It certainly does. Knight d6. What's better than being one pawn up? Being two pawns up. And by the way, with this capture, we now have another beautiful square for the knight.
And bishop f2.
I would probably play rook a5
We
here.
have seen that Fabi is very resourceful.
Oh
we saw
my
him
gosh.
survive a completely miserable position against Wesley. So
True
with
that.
seconds left on the clock, we'll have to draw on those instincts to survive this one.
Exactly.
Bishop f2, great move, covering the e3 square. And
He's had to play very quickly.
yeah, he has to. He's only got 28 seconds and he's got a target.
The c5
Pawn
pawn.
on c5, yeah.
Exactly. Now the question is, should we be playing a3 and bringing our king up and just getting ready to put our rook on b2, or this move, h5, and bring the king over to the king side? Well, he's gone to the queen side. Now the question is why he needed h5. Probably he wanted to stop f5.
Well, the king has much to the center. Bishop retreats, just 22 seconds for
King to
Fabiano.
d4. And f5. Ooh, was that
check.
mistimed? f5 looks like it could have been very much mistimed.
And now also a threat of f4 happening with a knight coming to d3.
Exactly so.
Bishop a3 is 2 pawns up.
Yes.
Knight to d3, completely once again dominating the bishop.
Right. And now we have 2 pass pawns, the f pawn, which is running, and the a pawn, which has run. Bishop to f, what?
Yeah, bishop f8. The f pawn is throwing some checks.
I think this is time to resign.
And you see
It's over.
resignation.
Wow.
What a start for Jan. And
What a
wow.
bad start for Fabi. Let's jump to the game of Wesley. That was our backup game. And Wesley is up against Alireza. And you've heard Cristian explain that when you're playing in a tournament with Alireza, be careful. When you're playing a blitz tournament, be extra careful. But in this case, Wesley is up a piece. Up a piece. It's just, my goodness, why is this game going on?
All the pawns are on the same side, so there is some margin for drawing.
No.
I'm trying to be optimistic here. Alireza just seconds left on the game. And let's also update you that there has been some results.
Wesley did win, I mean.
And Levon also won his game against Gukesh. So this is the last game remaining between friends Vidit and Anish.
What do we have? We have an equal number. Material is equal, but the most dangerous pawn on the board is the H pawn. And it looks like Vidit just blundered a piece. Yes.
Yeah, but he has 2 pawns that are going to promote. Well, they're going to try to promote.
Try, but I don't think so.
And okay, clock time, 1 second there.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Knight blockading.
And the pawn, you're right, the pawn made it all, oh my gosh. How did, he blundered a piece and he managed to promote his pawn.
Oh no, he's put his rook where it can potentially get 1. Okay, he's moving his king as quickly as possible to f4. Still not an easy endgame by any means for Vidit, because you have to stop the pawn on h3.
King, I was about to say king to f4.
Yeah.
This move was
this
not
is a nice
good.
move.
Not, whoa. No, he's holding on to, king f3, he holds on to everything. But even black is, pardon me, Anish is beginning to think about rook g4 and playing for a win.
For the win with this h-pawn.
No.
No. Okay, we're going to see a repetition. And a draw has been agreed and both players laughing there. I can't quite believe what happened.
I'm not sure exactly what happened in that final tussle, but boy, it was a good one. So, how many wins was that? I know we just had a draw, but you mentioned that Wesley had won, Levon had won, so 2 out of 3, the American leaders.
Draw just now.
Yes.
Maybe we can
Does that
take
mean that
a look.
Wesley caught? No, he's a 3-point.
Yeah. So before we go there, we just have to check out the end of the Levon game.
Through the magic of television, we replay H6. Okay, just a second.
Oui.
So everybody's quadrupled
On the G line.
on the G line.
That's where the action is.
It truly is, but wait a minute. There's a 9. Oh, he took on H6. Queen takes H6. So everything's covered. And now there's a threat of knight takes F7, forking everybody. So the king has to step up. King H7. So far, so good. Knight takes F7.
Oh no.
There's a check on C1.
C1.
Oh no.
And this knight
Hold on.
is
Was it?
just stranded there on F7, and there we see resignation.
Wow. Miro, you had the moment.
Yeah, so that was the game I was actually looking at, and I'm afraid it wasn't the resignation at the very end, but he lost on time. The position was lost, but apparently there was Levon pointing at the clock. You know
I see.
what?
Yeah.
All right, I have a couple of moments to highlight in this game, and World Championship challenger Gukesh, I think he kind of is restricted a little bit in the opening repertoire, so that's why sometimes we have like Trumpovsky openings. Yeah, so this one is relatively standard, but Bishop B5 check is something you see rarely, and up to the point, it all made sense. So I wanted to stop specifically on this one, because you can have this type of structures with colors reversed and so on, and usually we would know what happens, right? However, here there was one very interesting idea, and specifically for the blitz, if you want to disbalance the game, so C4 takes and D5, a breakthrough using the fact that black did not finish the development just yet. And it doesn't win, it just makes the game very, very, topsy-turvy. Say, capturing on D5, and I had this line saved somewhere, it's relatively easy to explain why white has the compensation after capture on D5, because knight on F5, the appearance of this knight on F5 makes black's castle position, black king's position, very dangerous. There were some other funny lines, but nonetheless, that was the moment to kind of unbalance the game. All right, instead, they went maneuvering, and over here, looks like both sides are reaching what they wanted. So white got the knight on E5, supported by knight on D3, black potentially gets the knight on E4, and that's exactly what did not happen, because white takes care of it by, white takes care of it by going F3. And interestingly, this structure for black, it is very solid. And that's why I was trying to make C4 work, because in the long run, and this long run pretty much happened in the game, black will have a chance to play F6 and evict the knight from E5. So, after F3, rook G8, so rook C7 was played to defend F7, so the other rook can go to the G file, knight H5, and it looks a little bit clunky, but black has a very straightforward threat of going F6 and trapping the knight. So that forced Gukesh to go G4, and it turns out it's white king which is weak. Or rather, both kings are not very safe, which we see later on in the game. I think the moment that we have gotten on repeat on television, right? So over here, after queen D4, there is, I'm sorry, but for the blitz, it's a very serious threat. It's a threat of a checkmate in one with knight F7, knight G6. you cannot exchange everything on e5 because your rook is lost on c7. So once again, I'd panic right here, right now. Yeah? Rook to g7, however, keeps the position, well, winning for black. And the last moment, perhaps, that I want to stop here. So h6, like exceptionally well played by Levon. Like computer gave some other lines, but to get the courage, your rook is pinned, and also white is doubled on the g file. So being on seconds and to find the courage to go h6, to calculate everything. And after this captures knight up, queen h6, knight e5. Again, a lot of threats. King h7, knight f7. You would think you are winning, because cannot take. g8 rook is hanging, but there is rook g2. If knight h6, you have check here, win the knight in the end. So rook takes g2, queen c1 here. Gukesh flagged, lost on time, but if, let's say, the game would continue, this one is still absolutely winning. Rook takes, king g7. This must be absolutely winning for black.
Thank you, Miro, and eventful first round. Tell us about the
Absolutely,
standings.
4 decisive results. And there you can see Fabiano Caruana still at the top. But that means with his loss that the gap has narrowed. Wesley So beat Alireza, so he moves to 13 points. Levon Aronian also with his victory goes to 12. Nepomniachtchi 11 points. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did beat Saric, so he moves to 11. Wow, that was such a dramatic round. 4 decisive results. So let's go over to Croatia, to Cristian. Which one of those games caught your fancy?
Well, we were looking at the other 2 games that you guys didn't have a chance to look at, but I have to say this round was bad news for Fabiano because all his nearest competitors have won their respective matches. So right now the gap is only 2 points to the nearest one. Now, Anastasia, which game were you following?
I was following the game which you catched actually. The last part of it, Anish Giri was playing against his good friend Vidit, and we saw the excitement of the last moves.
Yes.
But it all started, it all started quietly, peacefully with bishop b5 variations, but developed pretty fast. I don't know, where's the moves?
Oh, yes.
Yes, we have the moves now. Yes, with bishop b5, and then there were some tricks in the opening. Now bishop went back to d3, provoking this move knight c5. Otherwise, white want to play c4 and move the bishop to c2. So black played bishop knight c5 and took the bishop after a couple of moves. And then Anish started to play a little bit provoking, blitz chess. So he played this g5. He decided to leave his king in the center.
It's blitz after all,
yes,
right?
Of
You
course.
might as well have some fun.
And he played against Vidit, so let's have some fun, yes, guys. And Vidit, of course, started to open a little bit the king side, g4, h5. I mean, they were playing this game, but I want to go to this position where this king is on e7. I like this king. He's defending this d6 pawn. It looks really nice in the center, but still...
And it's quite protected. Knight d5 doesn't work because the bishop takes d5. There's no more queen coming on h4 because the knight protects.
Still, computer thinks that the position is quite good for white, and I can understand why. But it was not that easy to prove anywhere that white was having something really critical. Anish was defending well, finding all the time some resources. Vidit was also, of course, trying to find the way to get to this king.
Sure.
And they were playing this for some time, dancing around this king. So he managed to get very close. He gave a couple of checks around this moment.
But I have to say, this looks completely winning
Yes,
for
it
white.
looks, but imagine there was not anywhere you could see this checkmate because he took on d6. It looks really crazy, yes? Like the king is in such a danger. But no, look, queen g5 and queen goes back to e7, protecting everything suddenly. So, I mean, it's a completely crazy game, which actually, after this couple of very, very precise moves became completely, again, level. So they again transferred the game into the ending, which you could follow later on.
I would be quite scared if I was
sitting
in
with these
white's
pawns,
shoes
yes?
and I have to deal with the f and h pawns coming
Exactly,
down
and
the path.
I think Vidit also felt that this is the moment when he should kind of be very careful. This race started. You caught this moment, guys, at a certain point, and I don't want to go through all this ending. We want to show only one moment, which caught our eyes. Somewhere around there when, he gave this piece.
Once you got the queen.
Yes, and got the queen. He actually was winning, but of course everybody had seconds at this moment. So here he could play this move like queen b8. Yes, at this moment queen b8, and king has nowhere to go. Seems like black is losing after the queen f6, queen d8, and if king goes like to e4, there is queen b4 and things like that.
Absolutely. So he had an opportunity to win this one.
Yes, at the end. Yes.
Yes.
Vidit had really good chance to win.
Let's take a look at this one, because I was talking, I was hyping up Alireza before the Blitz started, but it wasn't a good start for Alireza. Definitely great start for Wesley. Take a look at this.
Wow.
We have the Nimzo with queen to c2, b6 and e4. This is a very combative way for black to play, and expectedly so, because, Alireza wants to win, wants to get closer to the leader. Queen to e7, and I really like this move, queen to d2 by Wesley. So now this gains a tempo, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense to put the queen in front of the bishop, but it gains a tempo because you're breaking up the pin of the bishop on b4, and now you're attacking the queen. You're forcing a reaction, and this is exactly what Wesley was doing all throughout the game. By the way, beautiful move, castle. You cannot take immediately because the rook to e1 catches the queen, but you can take on d5 first, which opens up this diagonal for the queen's retreat, and you're gaining a pawn in the process. At the same time, white can get the pawn back, right? Bishop e7, bishop takes d6. But Wesley, he was blitzing out his moves. It felt like he knew the position, in fact. Knight to g5, look at this move, very aggressive. Queen to h3, queen to f3, try to give the checkmate in the position. And I really like this moment. Queen to d2.
Yeah, he tries to bring the queen back, yes, to help the king, and
there is also a knight, right?
Yes.
Ampri, you cannot take on f6 because you get checkmated.
Yes.
You have to find the move. I was looking at this rook to d1, take, and now take on f6, but now I can give a check.
Intermediate move, yes.
Remember this,
take
and now I take with the pawn.
It's important.
No more checkmate because the king escapes. So at this point, Wesley had to find a good move, and he found the only move in the position, rook to e2, which in fact wins a piece, because queen takes g5 no longer possible. You cannot take on e1 with a check.
There is no intermediate move. Wow,
beautiful
move.
Beautiful move.
Fantastic.
Beautiful move. And now it's just a piece up. You guys caught the end of that game. Wesley so converted with ease. Guys, I have to say,
Absolutely
exciting
great.
chess. A lot of decisive results.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasia. Rookie too. That was
It was lovely touch of finesse there from Wesley. So it was a dramatic round. Let's again look at the standings. And there we see Fabiano Caruana, where he started the day with a 3-point lead. His pin closed down to 2 points. He still remains on 15 points. Wesley So is creeping up with 13 points. Levon Aronian also moving up the standings to 12 points. Nepomniachtchi, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on 11 points. And Alireza Firouzja still has that 5 points to make up.
Absolutely. And tell us about the pairings for round 2 of the Blitz. We have 9 Blitz games to go today.
These are so good, Yasser.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like a kid in a candy store. Nepomniachtchi has white against Alireza Firouzja. That one is going to be very epic. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays Wesley So. Anish Giri plays Saric. Levon Aronian plays white against Vidit Gujrathi. Fabiano Caruana, this is going to be our marquee matchup, plays white against Gukesh.
The match that was not the playoff I'm talking about in Toronto. We'll see how Fabi does against challenger Gukesh. And if I saw that right, we had only one draw?
Only one draw, and that was pretty dramatic. And actually, Vidit could have, with that check, as Anastasia demonstrated,
the very end.
And I like this part of the tournament. The jackets are off, the sleeves get rolled up. It's all about making those moves as quickly as possible.
I'm with MVL on this one. I like the long shirts for classical, the long dress shirts, but for Blitz, give me the polo. I don't want any. I want to go fast.
You need the flexibility.
Exactly. I want to be as fast as I can. So Fabi and Gukesh are going to be our prime matchup. I actually wanted Levon and Vidit to be a backup because Levon's victory kind of brought him a little bit closer. And Levon is one of those players. Again, every one of these players, when they get their mojo going, they can really score so well.
It's so important in Blitz because the next game happens within 15 minutes.
Exactly.
To just forget about what happened before, even if you won. You just have to reset and begin again. And there we see Vidit arriving to the board early and trying to get into the zone.
Exactly.
And that handshake as he plays against
Levon, experienced player of the field. He comes in his polo shirt, but this will be our marquee matchup as our can our leader bounce back? I mean, that was his first loss since the Bucharest.
Nepomniachtchi made it look easy.
He did. Nepo.
It felt like it
that was smooth.
Bad opening from Fabiano. He never got a chance.
He really did not. His whole F4, his whole approach just seemed a little bit on the passive side. But can he bounce back?
He's got the white pieces again.
Right, the double white.
But he's facing the young phenom Gukesh.
Exactly, the youngest challenger in the history of our sport. And we've got history, folks. I got 1,500 years of history to tell you about.
And there we have the handshake, and it's showtime, Yasser. C4
English.
this time. E6 was the response. What
Quickly.
is Fabiano going to play? D4? Is it going to bring it back to the mainstream?
If he plays D3, I'll have to check my Grandmaster title. Because D3 in the English on move 2, that was something very, very
Knight
strange.
C3, D5,
Okay.
D4, okay.
Tarash
Tarash, yes.
with a C5. Now, at one time, Garry Kasparov, a very young Garry Kasparov, just loved the Tarash. And now we've transposed into a Queen's Gambit accepted, where the knight has been committed to C3. Usually, white plays the move D4 takes C5 in this situation and doesn't really get much out of it. Remember the last round of Toronto, Hikaru Nakamura versus Gukesh? Gukesh needed only a draw to secure himself a playoff, and he got a draw against Hikaru very easily.
Well, the queen came to E2, and white has accepted having an isolated pawn in the middle.
Well, this is actually a gambit. Normally speaking, after queen C2, they play the move rook to D1. Rook to D1 and D3 is a variation. Here, black could legitimately take the pawn on D4. He didn't. He simply castled, and he is allowing white to play rook to D1 and get, well, I'm going to say as a rather standard isolated queen pawn position.
Yes, that is true. It is standard, but on the other hand, there's so much dynamic play for white that black has to be on their guard at all times, because this knight stands very well on E5. You have to be vigilant about some potential sacrifices on F7. And also, how is black going to get their queenside developed? I was expecting bishop D7
Me too.
to park itself on C6. But sure enough, B6 played, bishop to G5. You can see their aggressive intentions towards that black king.
Exactly. Get everybody up over there. And very often in these positions, rook A3 is played to be able to swing the rook across. Now this is kind of throwing down the gauntlet. It's basically asking the question, are you going to sacrifice or not? Knight takes F7, followed by queen takes E6. You get two pawns and an initiative, let's just say, that that's something in Blitz. He played rook A1 to C1 instantly.
Now
knight to
D5. Because normally I was going knight F to D5 in these type of positions.
In order to trade as many minor pieces as you could.
Yes, because there are the makings of an attack there. Knight is on E5, bishop on G5, a queen could lift up there.
Exactly.
And as you highlighted, never ever underestimate the rook coming up to D3. Bishop to D3, parking itself against the H7 pawn. So G6 quickly played.
Exactly.
And here, well, white has to continue with a great energy, because if there are a trade of pieces, then black can breathe a sigh of relief and not have to worry about the king so much, and you can focus on attacking the weak D4 pawn.
So rook E1, that move is a bit of a surprise for me. I would have expected bishop to B1.
He's stopping the A8 rook from mobilizing. Wow, knight
no,
h5.
That was what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that the problem in the position is black has a threat. The threat is knight h5. The problem is...
But you can go bishop h6.
No, you can't. Knight f4. And don't forget, this bishop on b7 is unleashed. That's the problem. You have to trade pieces. Trading pieces is very beneficial for black. As we can see, suddenly black's position and Fabi's openings, let's just say that the opening games of this round have not been impressive. To my eyes, I like black's position after the trade of dark square bishops. So, for example, I can play knight f5. More or less, you got to give up your bishop. Bishop takes f5, e takes f5, and I'll quickly bring my knight back to the center. That's one line. Queen d6 is another, bringing the rook to d8 or the rook to c8.
And just reinforcing e6, I like that move. There's also knight to d5.
Knight to d5. It feels like black has weathered an early storm.
Knight f6. Okay, knight to d5 is very much still in the air. Also knight f5.
For me, the threat for black is knight f5. Knight d5 is fine, but I'm going on the offensive when I play the move knight f5. And
how do you respond to that?
Yes, exactly. Fabi is wondering, there's no kingside attack. Remember how we were building up our pieces for a kingside attack? There's no queen on h6, for example. There's no
this is the
rook
thing,
lift.
you do want the queen on h6, but as soon as she appears there, you let go of the d4 pawn.
Sure.
So maybe now is the time to make another move. Okay, so queen g5 attacking the knight.
Well, once again, what can I say? I think that after the move knight f5, I absolutely prefer black's position. King g7 is perfectly reasonable as well. h6 to drive the queen away if necessary. No rook lift. Rook lift just doesn't impress at all. Rook e3, h6. So,
but I think you had to defend the d4 pawn. So that's why rook cd1 was played.
right.
Don't get greedy and grab the pawn.
No.
That's a hot pawn, indeed.
That's on g6 response. So here, again, knight f5 feels like black is doing well. I don't know if I want h6,
I
rook
like
c3.
rook c8.
Rook c8, that's fine.
Maybe now is the time to just go all in. h4, yes. When you're lost for direction, you know, there's a rule in chess, just push Harry the h pawn. And indeed, Gukesh also drives the queen back. Yes, is not impressed. But Fabi was already losing the thread of things. So queen to g3 was the response. And now you're actually threatening some kind of sacrifice on g6. One fine day.
Well, there's an expression, when you're in a hole, stop digging. h4 makes the hole a lot bigger.
Yeah. My quotes are coming back to haunt me.
Have I unleashed the Kraken?
A live donkey is still better than a dead horse. And a dead lion is the expression.
Boy, now I'm in trouble.
Yep.
Queen h3.
Okay, now you're potentially threatening something on f7. Knight takes f7, rook takes e6. Let's go.
Okay,
and
so...
Gukesh has less than 2 minutes on the clock. Regardless of whether it works or not, this is something that Gukesh will have to spend some energy in working out. Okay, queen to b4. Ooh.
I would have played knight f5 in an instant there. Knight f5 stops whatever vague ideas you were having. And again, if it forces you to give up your bishop and allows me ef, my king side is completely safe.
What's the idea behind this mysterious move? Just simply protecting b2.
Indeed. There's no... black is on the offense, and white's attack doesn't exist. So again, knight f5 for me, sorry to thump a dead horse, but knight f5 is just the way to go. Rook to d8. Threatening the pawn. I like that move too. Your ideas of knight f7 notwithstanding, it's hard to believe they should work. Black has a lot of cover, let's say, a lot of defenders.
They don't have to be perfect.
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4. Oh.
Okay, once
That
again,
bishop is a
knight
tactical
f5.
weakness. Knight f5. I love that move.
Knight f5. How are we defending the pawn? It looks like, for me, Fabi in big trouble in this. He started with a loss. He started with a big lead. Let's be clear. But the loss hurt, and this one,
Well,
it looks like another
f5,
loss.
Your move, attacking the d4 pawn, h5. Maybe it's time to go on the counterattack. No, instead, Fabi defends the d pawn, and h5 was the immediate response. How is white going to even generate like a sliver of attack here?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't like what he...
Just to keep you posted on some of the results, Anish, Giri and Ivan Saric, that ended in a draw.
Well, all I can say is the queen is absolutely terrible on h3, and I was thinking he should play queen h2 to f4.
Well, now he can't do that because the knight on c3
That's the problem.
is now loose after b3.
That didn't help.
Fabi is desperately trying to just hold his position together. But Gukesh can just start making those general improvements. I like your idea of doubling on the D line and making sure that the e6 point and the f7 point are constantly well guarded. Queen a5.
Sets up an idea of knight takes and queen takes e5.
But the position is still really complicated, and I just want to draw attention to the clock situation. Gukesh, 30 seconds now on the clock. And remember, it's just a 2-second time bonus. And the human mind can only withstand so much tension.
I'm just looking at knight takes d4 ideas just to make sure they do or don't work. What? Queen to b4?
Oh, wow. And looking at the clock on the video, I see 16 seconds for Gukesh.
I think queen e7 is okay in the sense that you're just defending things on the queen side and you are intimating that you're looking at ideas of knight e4 and queen takes h4, but I really think he missed an opportunity to simply double rooks, win the pawn on d4, and claim the game. So queen e7, g3? Did I see that right?
Queen f1.
The queen was terrible on h3,
Well,
but...
he's weak in the long diagonal, though, but Gukesh, not so much time.
10 seconds.
Okay, the a pawn fell off.
But the d4 pawn, that was more important than the a6 pawn. The d4 pawn fell off. Now this should be winning for black.
Yeah, and
knight h4.
now the queen is parked up on the diagonal.
Knight g4. I'm thinking
he's desperately trying to get the f3 square for a knight. Wow. 8 seconds. Knight f5 is the response.
Knight f5. Okay, maybe Fabi can fight his way back into the game with all these trades.
With so little time, yes, anything can happen.
Absolutely.
And there we see knight e4. You've got to be careful. Knights
Queen c3
are
check.
Crafty pieces.
1 second.
Oh.
Oh. Queen h8 check.
And now Fabi under 10 seconds.
Oh, he didn't
gives
go
a check.
queen h8
The
check.
king has to move, goes to g7. Oi.
This is one of those games like...
How do you stop the pawn? How do you stop the b6 pawn?
Hold on. There's queen takes g3 check. There's some...
He just goes for it. The king is going to start running towards safety on the queen side. Oi.
Is it safe, though?
Well, when you only have seconds left on the clock, anything goes. And now, yeah.
He's safe. Whoa.
Oh.
No, he's going to lose. Somebody's going to lose on time in this game. This is just... Whoa.
Well, the queen comes to e5, gives a check, and Fabiano just drops the queen back to e1 to cover the pawn.
You can't promote your pawn?
he doesn't need to. The king is coming up. Wow.
Our DGT board can't even keep up with the players.
Okay, now the G2 pawn falls, and there's too many white queens on the board for that to be a perpetual. But Gukesh just keeps on going.
Yeah, it's about the clock.
Oi! And there we see a check from Gukesh.
Can't believe it because he had completely outplayed. But let's go to the game of Levon.
Levon is still playing against Vidit. And what's happening here?
We have an extra pawn for Vidit. Vidit is a pawn up.
Okay, but Levon is going rogue with his king. And again, to update you on another set of results, it was a win for Alireza Firouzja against Nepomniachtchi.
Whoa, that's a big victory.
That's massive. It's huge for the standings.
Absolutely. Knight to c4. Okay, so at some point, Vidit has to play the move f5. And he has done it.
He has done it.
Played f5 to play f. Oh, good decision to trade rooks. Excellent. That will secure a draw.
And he pushes the pawn to f4, but that's as far as it's going to get.
Yeah.
But Vidit's still trying. He's got seconds left where he can put pressure on Levon, and Levon being crafty with a knight, jumping around in a circle.
Exactly. Well, this is one of those endings that you don't want to play too much, because the knight can actually, White's winning chances, strangely enough, I wouldn't call them any worse than Black's winning chances, which I think are nil, as long as you don't play G3 takes F4.
And there we see handshake from the players, a draw. Wow, what a round.
I'm still trying to play catch up. A very appreciative Croatian audience. You hear the applause in the background there. Anish Giri, he drew with Ivan Saric. Fabi won, I think just came from behind. And Miro, what caught your attention in this second?
Well, Nepos came against Firouzja.
Yes.
You know, you can't ask for much more than this game had. Well, it was an intriguing opening surprise, b2, b4, which, well, you do not see very often. Yeah, the idea of queen a5 is to go queen a6 to trade the queens, but, well, Nepo says no, lures the queen to b4, goes knight d2. I will not go into detail because it can turn into 3 hours video, but it is a very interesting line. I just had a chance to check, so highly recommend it. Then, well, on move 14, Nepo misses a big chance to get a huge advantage after knight h6. All he had to do is just to take the knight. Rook takes, and Compi gives rook b3 with the idea to go queen b1 after knight b4. Well, plain and simple explanation, Black has no safe place on the board. Black king, that is. Right, much later on, it was equalish, it was better for White, better for Black, and finally, ultimately, there was a moment. I imagine they were on seconds, and after this knight c4 check, and it looks scary for both White pawns running, Black pawns running, it turned out you have 3 legal moves, and only one of them was a draw. So Nepo picked the wrong one, had to go to d1, went to e1, and in a couple of moves, it turned out it's very simple. There is a check. There wouldn't be a check with the king on e1. With the king on d1, it wouldn't be a check after 2 moves. And yeah, White wins out one of the pawns back, and the game would be a draw. However, yeah, e3, g5, and White is just not on time. Black has one more pawn. Well, so it was very close for Nepo's advantage, but eventually it was Alireza. So, well, Alireza's coming back.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and I believe Cristian has something to say about the other games in this round. It was an entertaining round.
Well, you guys had the much more entertaining games. I have to say the one that I was watching was not very entertaining. We had the Berlin between the MVL and Wesley, and there were a couple of moments, just some of them. Knight to d4, very natural move in this position to try to defend the pawn on e6. That's your only weakness in the position. Would have been the wrong direction for the knight, because now you understand why these doubled pawns on the c file are so powerful. I go king to b6, next move I go c5, I kick the knight away, and you lose the pawn on e6. So at this point, MVL had to get creative, and he did. He played the move g4, take, king to b6, and knight to h4, forcing a reaction from black, right? You can go g5, g6 is hanging, of course, but golden opportunity for Wesley to perhaps take the full point at this point if he would have taken on e6. Not easy to understand this position, not easy to calculate. You give up the pawn on g6 and there's going to be a race because I go king to a5, but it does seem like black is just simply much faster. I go king a4, king b3, take on b2, b4, create the pass pawn, and unfortunately I think you're lost at this point. He did not play this. He played the move g5, and after this, rook to d8, knight to h7, you have to defend, knight to f8, back, you have to go a rook to d8, knight to h7, they repeated the position, made a draw. Anastasia, which game were you watching?
I was checking the game which you had a look already.
Which one?
Levon was playing against Vidit with white pieces. You caught the end of this game, it was a draw, but I would like to pay attention to the opening stage. It was really nice. The moment when both players, there was strategical fight, but this moment when he played this move b5 was really, really nice.
Great move by Vidit.
Yes, because if you take on b6 en passant, then this rook will be free and it will go everywhere to d7, wherever you want.
And you still cannot defend against b5, capturing the pawn on d3.
So that's why he preferred to move the bishop, leave the pawn unprotected on d3, and after that, let's say black got the pawn, but look at this rook on a7, it's still stuck there. So black had to spend some time to bring the pieces back into the game. So we did had some compensation all during this game, and it was still full of fight. He gave up another pawn on h3 later on in the game, so you saw the end. It was the drawish ending.
Yes,
but really nice fight. And I must tell you that I'm really happy to see Vidit smiling finally,
Absolutely.
In this tournament, because he suffered so much. I hope in Blitz he will do better.
And how important that win for Alireza is as well. Let's in fact take a look at the standings before we go on a short commercial break. Let's see what we have right now. Fabiano, huge victory for him to try to maintain that top position. 16 points for him. Wesley saw 13.5, yes. 2.5 points difference still. Yes. Levon Aronian, important save in that one against Vidit, and Alireza is trying to climb back. Still plenty of ground to catch up with the leader, but definitely trying to at least touch the podium right now.
Still doesn't work well for Gukesh. You see he lost 2 games today.
Absolutely. Well, but before the next round, let's go and see an interview with one of the players.
So Levon, welcome to Zagreb, welcome to GCT. It seems like you were the last player to joining the tournament. So what was happening when you learned the news that you're coming here? Like, where were you? What was happening?
Well, of course, I wish Magnus's family all the best. I hope everything will work out for the best. I'm always ready to play, so even in such situations, and it's a privilege to replace legendary players, so I'll try to keep the level up.
Of course, and here you are in Zagreb, and as you said before that you were playing here in 2019. Which memories do you have about the place, Croatia, and the tournament?
I have very good memories because I think prior to that tournament I went to a couple of very, very nice places. I went to Dubrovnik, I had a holiday there, I had a holiday in Krka. I also went, I think, to Zadar just for a couple of days. So yeah, Split also. Yeah, I really enjoyed being in Croatia and also in Zagreb. I think there are many beautiful historical places, and they have this tunnel in this mountainous city, and it reminds me very much of the tunnel we have in Yerevan. So I almost feel like at home here.
I was wondering if you were following the previous GCT events in Poland and in Romania, and what was the most interesting, impressive for you?
The most impressive was Fabi's playing Rapid, of course. I mean, after losing in the final round and coming back from it, yeah, that shows a great character.
Yeah, he told me he was very angry at this moment, and this is the first time I saw Fabi angry. Did you feel this as well?
Yeah, well, it's not important for me to feel it, but his opponent definitely felt it. Yeah.
For sure. What do you think about the GCT field this year and new generation of players competing this time?
Oh, I think it's very interesting. You know, they have many new players, young players. So I guess the system of qualification has changed. Of course, I would like to see my dear friend Lanier because he works so hard to maintain high rating. But hopefully next year they will invite him.
I'm looking forward specifically to playing against someone here. You know, the World Championship match challenger Gukesh is going to play. I'm looking forward to play against him as well.
No, I'm looking forward to playing against Fabi because last time we played in the American Cup and I managed to come on top, and I'm sure he has something up his sleeve, and this is very important. We have to understand which street in St. Louis has more successful players.
Yeah, I got it. Yes, this is the most important challenge here in this event. Yes, overall it seems like you are in a very good mood, and let's say I wish you all the best of luck here in Zagreb.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Levon.
Thank you so much.
National titles are on the line as young phenoms and established legends convene in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2024 U.S. Junior Girls, Juniors and Seniors Championship. Beginning July 16th, 30 players across 3 fields will compete for over $130,000 prize fund. Returning champs Melikset Katiyan and Alice Lee will look to defend their title, while Christopher Yu looks to reclaim his title after missing the event last year. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels. Welcome back, and it's been a scintillating start already to the Blitz portion in the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz. Let's check out the standings after 2 incredible rounds. And there you can see Fabiano Caruana with that win remains at the top with 16 points. Wesley So, well, he's on 13.5 points, and then we have Levon Aronian with 12.5 points, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave 11.5, and Nepomniachtchi. That was a big loss for him against Alireza Firouzja. Alireza now starting to make a mark.
A little bit. Tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 3.
Absolutely. And, you know, these are just mouth-watering pairings. Gukesh has white against Nepomniachtchi. Vidit Gujrathi plays against Fabiano Caruana. Ivan Saric plays Levon Aronian. Wesley So plays Anish Giri. And our marquee matchup is going to be between Alireza Firouzja and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And, well, going to the beginning of the tournament, we saw that the computer had Fabiano Caruana, had Alireza Firouzja as the favorite to win the event with 27.6%.
I bucked the odds by choosing Fabi as my choice.
Yes, and this was after day 1. MVL put in a great performance.
He did.
And he went up to 24.9%, but Alireza still there with 23.4%. And then after day 2, Alireza Firouzja is still the man of choice for the AI. This is based on 15,000 tournament simulations. And it was after day 3.
You win 3 games in a row.
the computer was finally convinced that Fabi was the one to pick. And suddenly, look at this, 78.6%. Having a 3-point gap over closest rival does help in that respect.
But he started with a loss, and Fabi was definitely wobbling in game 2. But I tell you, somehow when Alireza and Maxime, they sit down, they have great wars, these 2 French countrymen, and that was why I chose them as our marquee matchup. We'll put Vidit and Fabi as our backup game in case we do have a fizzle. After all, Fabi is turning in, despite the hiccup, a remarkable performance. Just 15 out of 18. That is so crazy. That's outlandish.
Yeah, and I remember that in May for the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, there the winning score was 13 out of 18 for Rapid.
Exactly, a 2-point difference, and that was with Wei Yi and Magnus giving us quite the horse race.
They certainly did.
Yes,
like
what a race.
Magnus winning 10 games in a row over 2 days. It doesn't matter. Still 10 games in a row. Will we see a similar stunt here? And here you can see our marquee matchup. Alireza rolled up his sleeves already. Right. Maxime, he is a former World Blitz champion.
Exactly. Again, in the polo shirt. 5 minutes. You don't want anything restraining your hand-eye coordination. Blitz chess is something very mystical. I can't really explain it. You need an absolutely razor-sharp tactical eye at all times. Tactics dictate blitz, but you also need to play your moves quickly. You can't afford to be behind 30 seconds, 1 minute.
Yeah, and both of these players incredibly dangerous, incredibly tricky. Exactly. We've seen Alireza, he survives miserable positions just because of his grit and resilience.
Indeed. And very recently, our congratulations to Alireza. He has defeated Hikaru, who is absolutely bullet legend in a Chess.com bullet championship, which was just incredible to watch. As they're off, and we know it's going to be a Najdorf with H3, E5, Bishop E7, and both players having a great deal of experience with this position. Queen F3. The vagaries of fashion theory always mystify me. Queen F3, I don't know what it's doing on F3.
Well,
but
funny enough, it supports G4. And sure enough...
I thought H3 supported G4. How could I have guessed that the queen...
Well, you're setting up castle queenside. That's the rationale. Has it happened?
Right. Well, for me, if I was black, I would love to make 2 moves in a row. I know it's illegal, but I would love to play rook c8 takes c3 right about now.
Yeah, that's exactly what the plan is.
Yes.
Black, rook c8, and if you're allowed...
Rook takes c3.
Yeah.
Conversely, like you said, I mean, you're ready to play knight to d5, ready to occupy the center, and to prevent the bishop from coming, in case of knight takes d5, to prevent the bishop from coming. Now, rook b8 right away, rook c8 right away.
Knight d5 played.
And by the way, knight d7 to f8, I just wanted to take that move back for a moment, because a standard alternative is knight b6. None of that was played. So what was played, is rook to c8 and knight f8. Now that is a strange move.
Very much in theory. I've got it here
really?
On my database. Yeah, the main move is to go king to b1, which makes a lot of sense. It's uncomfortable for the white king to be just staring down the barrel of that black rook.
So the idea is black wants to take the knight on d5, and the move knight f8 makes room for the bishop. So knight takes d5, e takes d5. The bishop's not trapped. The bishop will be able to go back. But the knight on f8 makes a woeful impression.
Well, that's why it's been
rerouted to knight to g6. There you go.
And if they're going to follow theory, then the main move is rook to g1. And then some people have tried h4.
Okay, so for me, I would find myself very attracted to the move bishop to b6 right about now. That just kind of makes room for... I don't like the queen on f3. It just feels, wrong. I would like to play bishop b6, knight takes e7, queen to e3, and then get on with business on both.
Interestingly enough, two people played h4, but h4 gives up the g4 pawn. So bishop d3 was chosen.
Bishop to d3, development good. develop the pieces. Bishop to
Right,
d3.
wait for black to commit to something.
Wow.
Knight d7, getting ready to move the knight to c5. We've seen that idea before. We've also covering your idea of going knight to b6 or bishop b6.
I was ready for
preventing it.
bishop b6, yeah. If the bishop were on b6, knight takes e7. Yeah, again, for me, I just found myself looking at the queen on f3, wondering what the heck she's doing. h4 on white's agenda.
Right. And the question I've got to ask, what is Maxime going to do? And you see,
Play
he
queen
prevents h4 by offering a trade of queens. What do we say? Yes, no? In my book, you say no.
No, but that's the problem. My queen doesn't really have a great square. g1, I can imagine. But here, I find myself kind of drawn to the move knight to a5, tickling the pawn on b7, knight to a5, and in case of b6, knight to b7.
Right.
Yes.
Well, there's a huge time imbalance there, Yasser, because we see Maxime barely used too much time. He's 4 minutes and 11 seconds, whereas Alireza, 2 minutes and 29 seconds.
The move bishop e2 unmasks the attack against the pawn on d6.
Okay, well,
So,
the king just steps up. What's the problem? Knight a5, you've got to start tickling.
yeah, well,
black
the rook
position.
will... Yeah, knight a... Here, you almost want to magically move the bishop from e3 to b4. Again, the bishop on e3 is not doing anything. Had the bishop come to b6 earlier, there would be a direct route to the b4 square. I prefer white's position, but I have to agree that if I don't get something very tangible in the next number of moves, black will just play rook to c7, rook to c8, and solidify his control of the queen side as well as the center. So I've got to do something.
Well, bishop d2, with your plan of going bishop b4.
Exactly.
I do feel this knight on b3 is misplaced.
Truly that.
I mean, I'd love to just park it on f5.
Yeah.
But doesn't.
So now the knight goes to f6, attacking the pawn on e4. Ooh, I don't like that move. I thought he was going to go bishop here. Whoa.
Whoa, now
Don't
going
like
for
that.
g5.
Okay, can't guess the moves. They're going in different directions suddenly. G4, G5. I like that move. There were double pawns after all, so you liquidate a potential source of weakness and open up the possibility of pushing h4, h5.
But still, Maxime is completely unfazed and goes knight to f8.
Exactly.
Is this an exciting game, Yasser?
I feel so. I feel like it's still it's got my interest. I know that, well, with this crowd, there's going to be great games everywhere.
Yeah, and there we see, I love rook h2 getting ready to double on the d line. And the question remains for Maxime, how he's going to deal with this pressure. And
Here
there
we
it
go.
comes, breakout in the center.
But wait a minute. That's a black king in the center, and bishop c5 check, and
You can pop the king on e8.
you have no choice. It's not you can, you will. But the question is, will it be in danger? So we've got bishop b6, we've got bishop c5, and we've got the simple e4 takes d5. Okay, that was a big decision, that move d5. And the clock times?
Well, Alireza now under a minute. Maxime's got lots of times comparatively. 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
A luxury.
And
You're right.
there he takes in the center. Bishop takes was a quick response. It's very unnerving to be playing an opponent who instantly responds.
It is. There's no question about it. You're absolutely right. Take your time. Relax. Bishop takes d5. A good move. Uh-oh. Alireza on the back foot now suddenly. I'm not sure I like what White has done in these last two moves. Bishop e4. I do have bishop c5 check. I was about to say bishop c4, pardon me, bishop e4 puts pressure against the pawn on c2.
Yeah, you also have knight c5 jumping in as well. And the knight f8, this is great positional stuff from Maxime. If he can reroute the knight to e6, then everything is safe as houses in the center for the time being. And that's what you want, 23 seconds for Alireza.
I think
and
rook e1.
Again, he has to keep putting pressure. I was thinking maybe start to advance the pawns on the king's side. Or I like your idea, bishop d3 played.
Bishop d3.
Knight e6.
Again, rook e1 for me, without the move, bishop d3 was a little bit more pointed, but rook e1, there's a king in the center. So if there's ever swapping of all 4 rooks, the king is perfectly safe. But with all 4 rooks on the board, open up the e-file. e4, bishop, f1. Clock times again, sorry to...
Critical for Alireza, 16 seconds. For Maxime, it's around 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
The sirens are going off. Wow, rook h2. Rook h2 to f2, pardon me. He played that one finally with some speed as Alireza is just snap, snap.
And just to update you, Nepomniachtchi has bounced back. He won his game against Gukesh.
Wow, Gukesh has been in a spiral. Yesterday was a horrifying day. And, he just lost back-to-back.
All 3 games. And here we see a flurry of moves. There's a trade of knights on f3.
How did that pawn get to f3?
Will it live, though?
Yeah, will it live? h4.
h4, take away the g5 square.
Definitely. And here we're gonna need to see the
h4 played.
We're gonna need to see the side view of the game because I don't think our DGD board is keeping up with the speed of play. And for Maxime, how much time does he have?
Well, according to the screens, 1 minute and 42 seconds. But as we've seen before, the players are moving incredibly quickly. And it does take a while to adjust. So h4, brilliant move. And again, instant response from Alireza. Bishop f5, plan of bishop to g4, and corral the pawn on f3.
Makes a lot of sense to me. That's a runaway pawn that we don't want to have to deal with.
Maxime is being tricky. Rook to e8, setting up those pins.
Right. And also there's ideas of bishop. Right now the knight is pinned. Bishop to g6.
Okay, everything is covered. So
eyeballing
c5
bishop
square,
c5.
Rook e7.
Bishop to b6, rook to d6, pardon me. The king is still on e7.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was a crafty move.
And again, to keep you updated on the results, Fabi has won his game against Vidit.
Ooh,
So
big
win. He could be
for
pulling
Fabi.
ahead of the crowd even more. Okay, rook to d1, pins.
Whoa, what a move.
Rook takes rook.
And now he's sacrificed the pawn on f3, but this should be winning for Alireza.
Well, he's got the better minor piece as well. He's got a pawn that he can easily start pushing on the queen side, and there he pushes h-pawn. The king moves to b2.
I just don't understand Alireza. In that position, I would have played rook e3, forced the trades of rooks, and black would have no counterplay whatsoever.
And the bishop would be anchored on f4 as it stands. It's a target, and rook h4. How are you going to defend the pawn? You don't want to go passive. And there you see, Maxime wins the pawn on g4.
It's a terrible technique by Alireza.
The players only got seconds left on the clock.
No excuse.
So...
No excuse. In those positions, no.
Yeah.
No excuse. They should have traded off the rooks. Ooh. And wait a minute, it's a 3-result game.
Yeah, and then
MVL could easily win this.
Well,
H6, what a move. Get rid of the weakness just in time.
And Maxime coming forward, attacking c2, c8, and wow. Also watch that f6 pawn rather.
Watch the a6 pawn too, though. I want to play rook to c6, and give me the pesh.
And again, some breaking news. Ivan Saric has beaten Levon Aronian.
Whoa, that was huge. That was huge. As we knew that Ivan Saric is such a capable grandmaster.
Okay.
He's going to.
We're off to the races, Yasser.
No, it's a draw. Ooh, rook and bishop.
Yeah.
But whoa, Ivan Saric won
absolutely.
Levon.
Huge, especially for the standings, where every point is going to matter. And Alireza, he was very eager to give up his bishop for the pawn.
I think it was the clock situation. The clock situation dictated that he had to give up his ambitions of potentially winning. And
but it's much easier to hold the draw.
With the rook and
with a rook and bishop on the board. Okay, and now
B4.
The king is motoring.
Yeah.
Wow.
Knight d4 threatens mate. Quick, knight d4. No, could have threatened mate in one.
Be careful.
That was funny. It's about the clock and the seconds.
Yeah. Okay, well now you can still... Somehow this b pawn is annoying.
Truly.
It just completely entangles the white king. Okay, now moves it to a4. Blocking the check. And this is the moment.
That's the draw.
And there you see.
The draw. Yeah.
Knight against pawn, it's a draw. And then players playing to bare kings. Who would have thought? Wow. And a round of applause to these worthy competitors.
I
What
tell
a
you,
game.
when they sit down to play each other, they were the last to finish. I was expecting a battle, but I was hoping for victory. Miro, where was the action in this?
Well, the action was everywhere, of course.
Of course.
And there was one game which went very easy for the person who won it, and this is the game between Gukesh and Nepo.
Right.
Well, it was shifting shapes, if you will, because it started as the Sicilian.
Right.
This D3, bishop c4, D3 line against the Sicilian, and then somewhat later on, you would think of it as the Spanish. So bishop went to b5, it's a closed Spanish opening. Fast forward, we've got into this very complex position where, computer was happy with white after bishop d3 or something. Gukesh, for what he thought was very straightforward, very promising line, and was relying on this bishop g5 tactic. So attacks the queen, wants to go bishop f6, knight h6, checkmate, something like that. What he didn't take into account that black can actually take on f5. Well, then after some pause, the game did not last very long. Queen h4, f6, and Nepo just defended the king and won. However, the more spectacular line would be if white would have gone queen g3, because it's the queen hanging and bishop f6 is a threat. So black has to go f4, queen has to remain on the g file, queen g4, and then f5. So black says, I have enough f-pawns to destruct your queen. And after f5 takes, queen to c8, once again, attack the white queen, so there won't be any discovered checks. Black would still be winning. So there was one very exciting game. There was also, let me find it. There was also a roller coaster game between Saric and Aronian. That was absolutely crazy. So it's this line in French defense where white captures the pawn on g7. And regrettably, I do not have the time to go in detail, but it was very sharp, it looked very unusual, and yet still, with black king being castled, this being white pawn, there is no mistake here, it was still a theory, believe it or not. And apparently this was supposed to be good for black, up to the point, much later on, all this sharp, you can analyze this one for hours, if not days, all the sharp lines. And at the very, very end of this tactical sequence, over here, there was a move for Levon to keep the balance and potentially even win the game if he would have captured the bishop over the knight. So capturing the bishop, if white tries to save the knight, then rook g4, pawn takes queen e3, and it's remarkable how this tactic actually works for black. So queen h6 attacks the h2 pawn as well as keeps f8 defended. And this, like, white would be forced to find the perpetual, which is once again not easy. Rook f8. Otherwise, black loses. Instead, Levon went with something very, very understandable. Take the knight, trap the bishop. That's what he thought, but there was queen to d4, and this refutes the whole idea. So capture, queen e5, f g3. You do have 2 minor pieces against the rook, but your attack is over. So 2 g pawns, very important. And yeah, and white just has too many pawns, which was proven later on to be enough.
Thank you, Miro.
Crazy game. And it was also a crazy round as well. As we take a look at the standings, Fabiano Caruana with his win moves to 17 points, pulling away from the pack even more. Wesley, so he's with half a point, he moves to 13.5 points. Levon Aronian is there with 12.5 points. Nepomniachtchi with that victory moves up to 12 points. Wow.
But look at Levon's loss to Ivan Saric at the very bottom. What a big loss that was.
So let's go over to Croatia, where we have Anastasiya and Cristian ready to take us through their favorite moments.
Absolutely.
Lots of action, guys, in this round. I have to say I was having some deja vu moments when Alireza and MVL were discussing those last couple of moves. Alireza felt frustrated once again, just like in the rapid portion.
Exactly, yes. Again, draw between French guys. And I was checking the game against Wesley against Anish Giri. Crazy game, which we know how finished because we saw the results right now on the screen. But look at this position. I want to draw your attention to it. All these pawns.
That's a nice one.
I mean, if I was Anish Giri, I would be really scared.
You would play
right
A4,
now, yes.
yeah?
No, I mean, Anish was with black, and I mean, to see all this army of the pawns, yes, sitting on the other side would be really scary. So I really like what Wesley was doing. It seemed like really, really interesting moment. He played E5, and then suddenly he played also D5. I mean, creating really crazy battle in the center, right?
I love it.
Like something is happening here, a lot of drama is happening. Actually,
this looks completely winning.
Yes, it seems
with
like,
the naked eye for
yes,
white, right?
But look what happened after. So he took on e6. It seemed like this intermediate move, and after rook f4, he pushed this pawn all the way to e7. It seems like it's just one step to the last rank, and then it seemed like white is doing really well, but after it turned out that black has enough counterplay on the king's side, which didn't seem like that from far. And you cannot really estimate your chances at this moment. What you see is that you will have this pawn on the 7 and you will have this beautiful pass pawn, but later on black managed to see this knight f4.
Anastasia,
yes.
Give me one more move. I will go rook f1, rook f8.
Yes, and that's it. Yes,
right?
and it's finished. But this knight f4 move found by Anish Giri was a really, really important one. And now actually white should also find the way against some threats, like queen g4 is coming with some ideas of queen g2. So in this moment, Wesley probably miscalculated again. He played this queen f4, hoping that he will actually find in the end rook d8 or something like this. And after bishop f4, he probably missed this move queen g4. You pointed this really important moment, because now the threat is if you move the bishop somewhere, instead of bishop d6, they're gonna be rook e7 move. Very, very important moment, because you cannot take rook on d1 is hanging right now.
Oh,
so
yes.
this
The queen on g4 not only attacks the bishop on f4, but also the rook on d1.
Yes, and once you lose this pawn, it's a different
over.
game.
Yeah.
So then it continued, this battle still continued. It was still some moments for Wesley where he could come back to the game. There was a very important moment where he could kept this pawn alive. So we can show it. I think it was the very last moment somewhere here. Queen b6. Yes, he had to play here. Bishop d6, protecting everything. The pawn, the rooks.
It's so funny. Everything is protected.
Huh? And everything is on the black square.
Except
Just pay
the king.
attention. Yes, even the king is on f2, on the black square. So very funny and moment. But he didn't find it. He played something else. And after rook d5, and after he missed this pawn on the 7, it was over. Anish won the game.
Once you take the pawn on e7, that's it.
The
that was the whole
over.
concept revolving around this pawn on e7. Now, let's take a look at what happened in another game that I was having my eyes on, and that was, let me see if I can find it, Vidit versus Fabiano. Fabiano, the leader, going into this one. I was chatting with him last night, and he was really eyeing that record. You know what the record
I know, you mean
is?
probably
27 points of the
Yes.
Grand Chess Tour. I think he's trying to get 27 and a half.
It's nice to have such goals. Yes.
That's his goal right now. Queen to b4, rook to d1. Still, black, I would say, equalized out of the opening in this one. Queen to b2, rook to c7, h3, knight to c4. Now I'm starting to like black a little bit better, just for the simple fact that I have this majority on the queen side. I have a clear plan. I can go a5, b5, and just push my pawns. Also, this knight on c4 is very active, and I have to say, coupled with a bishop on b7 and potentially this long diagonal pressure, I'm seeing black as the favorite. Queen to g5,
Yes,
you see,
threats.
that's checkmate threat.
Yes.
Knight to f4, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's just pushing his pawns, and I don't see the plan for white. Still, the position remains very balanced. a3, take, queen to c3, and this was the huge moment. a4.
Yes, a4. Okay, he was trying to do something with those pawns. What did Fabi do?
But he missed knight
Oh,
takes e3.
knight is 3, yes.
Beautiful tactic.
And what if I take with the queen? The
That's
problem
exactly
is,
what he did.
Yes, this queen is 3 is important, and now rook is unprotected.
And if I take on c7,
Yes.
unfortunately, I can even take on f4 with check.
Check, yes, that's really
It's
beautiful.
over.
Yes.
It's over. To be honest, this is kind of a basic tactic.
Yes.
Vidit missed it because he had very little time on his clock, only 6 seconds at this point, and after this, it is just game over because
Yeah.
I'm on exchange up. There's
Yes.
absolutely no compensation, and after rook to c4, he just
Fabi is so
resigned.
strong, Fabi is strong.
3.5 points ahead of the pack, definitely pulling away from everybody else as of right now. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Cristian and Anastasia. Please tell us the standings. I mean, I'm getting lost. I think we made a mistake on the previous
Yeah, we
one.
did, and it's been corrected. So Fabiano Caruana is there with 17 points. Wesley,
Right.
so with that loss, very important, is on 13.5 points, as is Levon Aronian, 12.5 points. Wow.
Yeah, but Fabi maintaining his lead and a pairings for round 4, Jovi.
Yes.
Tell us where the action is.
All over. Let's face it. Nepomniachtchi has white against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Anish Giri plays against Alireza Firouzja. Levon Aronian plays Wesley. So that's going to be our marquee matchup.
Got to
Both
be.
of those players need to bounce back if they want to continue to chase Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano plays white against Ivan Saric, and Gukesh plays white against Vidit Gujrathi.
And I think Ben has done something for us.
Yes, he has been looking at the players' previous Blitz events, and there
Okay.
you can see this is the players' average TPR tournament performance rating of the last 5 over-the-board Blitz tournaments. And you can see Alireza Firouzja
Wow.
is there on top with 28.74. Nepomniachtchi there on 28.06. So that's why the computer
Really?
has Alireza as its favorite.
Gotcha. Well, those Blitz tournament speaks for itself. Bobby coming in third. A little bit surprised that MDL is ranking behind Anish Giri on this one. And we've reached that time in our broadcast where we like to check in at our friends at Q Boutique and ask them what today's specials are. Well, here we go. Unleash your passion for chess with an official 2024 Grand Chess Tour Black Cinch Pad. It is made from durable polyester. The Cinch Pack is the perfect way to show your love for the game and its top players. Get ready to dominate the chessboard in style, and it is available at QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs.
And as we go to break, no break.
No break.
I thought there was no break.
It's Blitz. It's Blitz. We don't have time for a break. But I think what's really nice is whenever we have a Q Boutique, we usually have a break. That was the thing.
You know, you have the buzzer and then you get the little treat, right?
Right.
So that's how it works.
Yeah.
How it works in Blitz, Miro, is like everybody has that moment of crisis. Like somebody's gonna, like you're a leader, it doesn't matter unless you're Magnus, you usually have a loss. And then you have to bounce back after these losses. So you get these streaks, you're on a roll, everything goes well.
Yeah.
Then suddenly out of the blue, lightning hits you, you have a loss, and now you got to respond.
Yes,
That's Wesley
You're preparing
So.
me for the next tournament.
Yeah, well, Wesley So and Levon, I'm preparing you for the next round.
Right. So what I thought, like the last round's results, you look and you understand everything's clear. That there is a name on first place,
Right.
and it's win against him, and place 2 and 3 they've lost.
Yes.
So I do not have to look at this guy. No, like Fabi is in the stratosphere somewhere. Well, I don't know what can stop him potentially.
I'm not worried about him. I'm thinking about how, as Wesley and Levon, do you bounce back from this loss? Because they're going to face each other in this round 4.
So someone will and someone will not. Guess what?
Loads of games left, guys.
Deep thoughts.
Yeah.
That's great. Somebody will. And somebody won't.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
In order to win, you have to win.
That's it. That's it. As we get ready for round 4, All Derby India matchup. Vidit has not played well. The results have not been great, but for Gukesh, the wheels have fallen off. For
Catastrophic,
Gukesh.
actually.
Yeah.
The last 2
What
days
the
have
heck?
been really poor from Gukesh.
He lost on day 3 all of his rapid games, which was a
No,
stunner.
he won one
Pardon
game
me.
against Saric at the end, but he was losing. He was in big trouble. And here, he started off with 3 losses, even though they've been very hard fought and it's down to the last seconds. But
And he was winning, well, so much better in his game with Fabi, I want to say. He lost that. And Vidit also has not been that great in this rapid and blitz. As the players are getting ready for round 4.
And there we see Levon. There you see him stretching. He pops
Yeah.
out his chest and he
Right.
says to his opponent, I'm ready.
Ready. And again, both of these players who are in 2nd and 3rd place respectively, they hope to bounce back from a loss just in the previous round.
Yep. And there you see Levon looking at Wesley, getting ready to make that first move. What kind of approach would you have against someone known to be so rock solid as Wesley?
Yeah, it's not just that he's rock solid, but they have such a history. They know each other from their U.S. championships, from their American Cups, from their World Cups. I mean, they've been around. And to try to get an advantage out of the opening...
He goes for E4, E5.
I don't think that's possible. What I think Levon needs to do is get a game that he feels that he can outplay or outmaneuver Wesley. So he's keeping all the pieces on the board with the move D3. In this Berlin, it's probably a good idea in Blitz, especially, to get a game where, with so many pieces on the board, Wesley can, you can induce Wesley into a
Well,
think.
speaking about that, I
Yes.
just saw from the latest move, Bishop C4.
Yes,
And according to my database,
yes.
it's a new move.
No way.
Not being played before. Well, it doesn't
That's
really make
why
so
it
much
put-
sense, right? To
That's why
kind of
Wesley
move
just
your
kind of
bishop
made
twice.
a
So-
stop. Yeah, like what was that?
And okay, after D6, they've now transposed
Posed
into
back.
2 games that have been played. But still, we are not really in like mainstream waters.
Not at all.
C6.
Well, I find the move C3. So I'm wondering, why would you play C3? The peculiarity is Levon is eyeballing the move Knight C4, trying to chase down the bishop. If he could win the 2 bishops, well, you've got an opening advantage. Wait a minute, A5. Wesley's inviting Knight C4 and F4. Maybe I can imbalance the position in my favor if I can get in those 2 moves. Knight C4, F4?
Makes sense. I love the move F4 as well.
Let's go.
Exactly. That's what you want to do when you are playing a blitz. You just want to go on the attack without too much strategical risk.
Exactly. So he
goes for Knight F3. Wow, okay.
Then I don't understand.
Okay. He wants to put his bishop on G5.
And to sacrifice his knight on G5?
Yeah, either that or he's going for like the mainstream ideas of going H3, Rook E1, preparing for that
think he went
central
for the
break.
mainstream.
H3, H6 played.
Now Wesley has no issues. In fact, if you look at the position, I think Black somehow won a tempo. It's an absolute symmetrical position, and black has the extra move a5, which is useful.
Right. It's one of those expansionist moves.
So it's like...
And you can imagine once the bishop steps out, b5 is going to come, grab space. And,
bishop to c2.
But looking at the clock times, everything is very balanced.
I'm finding that Levon is playing a little too cautiously, or maybe just too cautiously for my taste. d6, d5, and if I'm black, I'm starting to feel like I'm gaining an advantage. I don't understand the move bishop c2, and Wesley said, why aren't I better? I'll play d5, and maybe I'm a little bit better.
And he does do that, and
d5.
now I guess you have to take. Take on d5,
He's
create
done.
that imbalance.
Queen takes d5, defending the pawn on e5, bishop f5 on Wesley's agenda.
Now go bishop e3. Or bishop b3, attack the queen, get some tempo moves in. Levon, Aronian, well, he's around 3 minutes, 14 seconds.
And for Wesley?
3 minutes and 34 seconds.
So absolutely symmetrical on the clock.
Very symmetrical. Also, also quite quiet in the position.
Symmetry everywhere.
I do feel that black is perhaps a touch better because of the potential weakness of the d3 pawn.
Yep.
So for me, I would be going bishop b3, bishop e3, try to pile on the pressure against e5.
Yeah, bishop e3 certainly, for me, would be the most attractive move if I'm white. The bishop doesn't have any squares. f4 and g5 are all protected. And I find the bishop on b6 to be, well, frankly, something I should fear. That bishop is looking down that diagonal, and so bishop e3, I wouldn't be too hesitant. But Levon really taking his time on this decision. What else could he be imagining? I could imagine him thinking about bishop b3 and
but
maybe...
you know, he's used up close to a minute.
It's ridiculous.
Making this decision. And there's still a lot of fun to come.
For sure. And that time is going to be really needed towards the end of the game. And he's finally played bishop e3, did he?
Yeah, bishop e3 played.
In the immortal words of Elon Mashkasi, same move faster was better. And bishop e3 and d4. Okay, so now Levon is saying, look, let me shut this down and equalize the game. I don't think Wesley's move bishop to c7 was accurate. I think d4 was well played.
Well, hang on a second, because there's a lot of fun and games, because e4 was played, knight e5.
The players are insisting. No, because I got bishop d4. Yes. You take on e5, I take on e5. You take with the queen, and I go bishop to d4.
And you'd have the threat of bishop to b3 as well in the position, so you can't like mess around and try to reinforce the pawn on e4, so you have to remove that knight.
And again, I just feel like I'm watching a video where moves are being played, and then our DGT catches up like 3 seconds later. I'm like, what are we missing? Okay.
Oh, no, my one is stubbornly stuck in the past.
Like, yeah, right. Oh, wait a minute. There is okay, Wesley does have an idea. Bishop to d4, queen g5, and potential of bishop takes h3. So bishop d4, queen g5, bishop takes f6, g takes f6. This is what I'm looking at. And the idea is, yes, you can win your pawn back on e4, but I can win the pawn back on h3. Double pawns, any takers?
No.
Crickets in the house. No takers.
You're not really selling it to me.
No.
Doubled f4s.
I'm not making a great effort, I must admit. Queen f4.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a strange move, because if you were ready to recapture on f6, maybe he wants to recapture with the pawn in this way.
And then
at
hold
least
on to e4.
Hold on, yeah. Although, again, that's taking some serious strategic risk, those doubled f-pawns. I don't think I would be a taker either. And I'm a pawn grabber, boy.
Yeah.
No.
Well, decision time for Levon.
Doesn't have too much time to make that
No,
decision.
he doesn't. He's coming close to the 1 minute 30 mark. And I'm kind of expecting him to go bishop takes f6.
I was thinking he could be, I was trying to imagine what else he could be thinking about. Queen c1. Queen c1's not a terrible move, because the idea is if I provoke the trade of queens at the end of the day, I'm still threatening the same business. That is to say, bishop takes f6 and capturing on e4.
Yeah.
So,
But you are allowing queen h4. And I'm still maintaining that protection on e4. And maybe one fine day I'm going to be looking at bishop takes h3.
Yeah.
One fine day. I'm going to put that ghost in the air, Yasser.
Right.
Well, okay, now Levon under the minute mark.
queen c1.
Queen c1 indeed played. And
So-
I think you're right. You cannot really go queen takes queen because it's just too accommodating.
Yeah, not for advantage. Queen h4, bishop takes f6. Yeah. And
Well, the queens did come off and bishop f5.
probably after f3, the game will be shut down very quickly. Bishop takes f6 and f3, and that resulting endgame looks dull. Like a draw will be inevitable there. So
We are expecting this game to
Kind
finish in a
of
draw,
fizzle,
so
a
let's
little bit of a
go
fizzle.
over to the Nepomniachtchi against Vachier-Lagrave game.
let's do it. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What's happening here?
We've got 3 minor pieces
Against
versus
the
a
rook.
rook.
And how many pawns, Yasser?
Nah, I'm 3 minor pieces and I stop. This is completely lost. Like, whoa. White is completely winning this game.
And,
I don't know what MVL has done, but yuck. How many pawns did you? I'm going bishop c8, by the way. Oh,
Well, the problem is the black pawns just cannot march. You know, if somehow or other you can get f5 in, then maybe you can visualize a future where there would be some mobilization happening. But as it stands,
the old pawn breakthrough. By the way, the rook is trapped.
and there you go, we see resignation because the rook is trapped. Bishop e2 was
Followed
going to
by
be simply winning that
bishop
rook. And
a5.
Maxime there just gesturing that they had a blind moment. Let's go over to the Gukesh game.
As he's playing his countryman, Vidit, and it is even material, slight imbalance as black's queenside structure is split, but this bishop on b6 makes a magnificent impression. It holds the queenside together, at the same time eyeballs the f2 pawn. I think that black might be a little bit for choice here.
Oy, well, Gukesh just 10 seconds on the clock.
We've been seeing him time and time again mishandling his clock. I'm really surprised by that. I've always thought of him as a quick player.
I agree with you, but on the other hand, I have seen him, especially in the rapid, play with seconds left on his clock for about 10, 15 moves.
Yes.
And he manages to turn things around. And there we see
Whoa.
that there's a
Queen
doubling on the
E-
D line. Queen E7, actively encouraging like rook D7 in the future. But for the time being, the queen eyeballs the A pawn. Wow.
What?
Rook B5, allowing queen takes A3.
That is a very, very surprising move. I don't know what the rook was doing on b5. I understood rook to d7 was up. And
Maybe just an
he's-
oversight. Very easy to do when you just have seconds. Oh, yeah.
What happened?
And he lost on time.
Vidit.
Oi.
Oy, oy, oy.
Things are not working for Gukesh.
It has not gone well at all. Ooh. All right, where can we go next? Fabi versus Ivan Saric. Shall we
let's
jump to our...
tournament leader. Yep.
Oh, we've got Wesley. Levon and Wesley. Well, actually, Wesley is the one with the extra pawn. But okay, this is a dead draw. Sorry, let's go back to the Fabi versus Ivan Saric, if you don't mind. And once again, our tournament leader started with a loss, and he was probably losing his next game, but he turned it around at Fabi, and currently, Fabi what's the clock times? That's very hard.
Well, you got to look at the camera. That's very difficult.
It's very hard to see from it.
23 seconds to 15 seconds.
Oh my gosh,
Wow.
anything can happen here.
Absolutely. And like he's reaching for the rook. Okay. Oh, and in the end, he just goes
B5.
B5, allowing C5.
No, that's why to allow white has
It was just panic, Yasser.
panic. A3.
Okay.
Okay, so now you can go C6, shut things down, or rook to C3. Sorry.
B5, great move. By the way, it was a draw, as you predicted, between Levon, Aronian and Wesley So.
By the way, bishop to B4. I'm playing C6.
Oh, he took on D6.
Okay.
And Alireza Firouzja winning against Anish Giri.
He's sporting his blitz skills, as Ben told us that he's been doing great in his recent over-the-board blitz. 6 seconds? So hard to tell.
It's so difficult to say, but what we can see is that the players are now in full panic mode. They are just simply moving the positions and making sure that there's no blunder. Oh, wow.
And wait a minute, why did he allow rook takes C3?
And we could be seeing a massive result for Ivan Saric.
He's got
as
two
he starts
connected pass
pushing the
pawn.
pawns on the queen side. Knight moves over to F5.
Black should be winning.
Well, now you can go. How do you stop the pawn? You've got to go rook to D1. Knight takes G2. Another pawn falls. Wow.
Oh my gosh. Oh, but rook takes A3 is huge.
But look at that. There's another pawn motoring on the other side.
Oh my gosh. Okay, but Fabi should be winning.
You can go knight to E2.
Knight to E2?
No, but he decides to just try to pick up the pawns. And he's banking everything on the advance of the H pawn. Seconds left.
But White's banking everything on the advance of his D pawn.
Yep.
And
wow,
Fabi should be winning.
And you can see a shake of the head from Saric, how to stop the D pawn.
Oh, but he's done it. He's put his rook on D4. That was very, very clever. We could be seeing 2 rooks versus rook and knight. But clock times, clock. What did he do? He blundered his knight.
Yeah, but it's not easy to play with white, with especially the pawn on H2. And now the king is coming. King G3. There's no way to approach the pawn.
But wait a minute.
How
King
to win
to
this?
E4, easy.
You just...
You rook check? Rook check. What? Oh, why not take a pawn? But
he did take the pawn.
You could play rook check and keep the king on H3. Then it's going to be in a checkmating
But he could have put
zone.
his king on H3.
Ooh.
Okay, now the king has been cut. Now rook A2 forced.
Rook check.
And
Don't go king E3. That's a very unusual checkmate in the middle of the board.
yeah. Oi, still some work to be done.
Now the white king just marches over.
Okay, now you can give a check.
Wait a minute, still not check? No, check. I can't guess the moves.
But it's okay. So you've got to keep the black king.
Well, the black king has to
locked away. And at the same time, you've got to come around with the king. And Fabiano is doing that right now. The king is now going to start approaching. And now
Strange.
it looks.
Strange decision.
You can
Just
just
go king
go
F6.
king F6. And this is it. You can't stop. Oh, still tricks. And there we see a flag from Ivan Saric.
Who flagged? Fabi won. I didn't.
Fabi won.
Fabi won. Oh, wow. My goodness. Okay, he was winning. The final position was, of course, winning. He has a rook. But
that went just crazy. How did that happen?
When I saw rook takes C3 and bishop takes A3, I thought Fabi was lost. Wow, every round's eventful, Miro, and probably the other games were as eventful as what we just witnessed.
It's so action-packed. I don't know what to check, where to look.
Okay.
So just a little fragment from Nepo versus MVL.
Right.
It's Sicilian, it's a sideline of a sideline, so you would never see this position. It's new to the database, and Nepo plays what seems to be impossible. It seems to be, like, the beginner's blunder. He goes before, tries to win the knight, but there is the bishop eyeballing the rook on a1.
Right.
And guess what? He played it. It's a sign of a sideline. He played it with no time spent. So in the sideline of a sideline, it's Sicilian, everything's prepared. So everything follows that tempo. But by the way, MVL, he was up to the task. He found all the best moves. Bishop a1, bishop e3, intermediate, very important, driving the queen away. And then we'll take the knight, take the bishop. That's what Nepo has prepared. Queen to c7, knight a1. It's a funny position of the knight. Knight escapes, knight c4, queen c2. One of the knights will be lost. Bishop f5, trade, and you get this kind of endgame. Right. It's a funny endgame, which perhaps objectively is equal. But after a5, there is more things coming. g4, and after g4, apparently bishop d7 would keep the position balanced. But MVL went here, and that's as unique as a material bound that I've ever seen. So 4 minor pieces against 2 rooks. Right, and yeah. So you would assume this one to be better for white because it's just too many pieces, and then...
Right.
Okay, that was a picturesque sight. So I just think, I'll stop right there. So he went rook a2, bishop a2, rook a1. The rook's very active, however, it's not enough. It's too many pieces for white. But that was a crazy, crazy game.
Wow.
And yeah, let's go to Croatia. Let's hear from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Absolutely crazy game between Fabiano and Ivan Saric and Anastasiya. You were keeping an eye on that.
Believe me, you can analyze this game for months. Yes, I mean, it's a really crazy game. I would just like to mention that this was really well played game by Ivan, the local hero. I'm sure all chess fans were really happy about this game. He played very well this King's Indian structure, and literally outplayed Fabi at one point.
Yes, he did.
Fabi never was better in this game all the way along. And here, where he allowed this rook c3 sacrifice, I think actually Black was better. I mean, I would be really scared to see those pawns, a3 and b3 on the board. Yes,
easier to play for
easier
Black.
to play for Black. I must admit that Fabi here also tried his chances. He played this knight f5, trying to also create some pawns here. But a couple of really exact moves could have helped Black to win this game. Instead of knight g2, the computer shows this bishop c5 important
Keep
move.
the bishop, because that also protects the a3 pawn.
Yes,
right?
and this was crucial, because after White took this pawn, he was winning after that. I mean, he got again chances to fight back.
It's all about those tactical shots when you have 2 seconds on the clock, right?
Yes.
It's so difficult to handle those. But let's take a look at another game of Anish versus Alireza, because again, Alireza back-to-back victories in this one. This was the critical moment. Alireza was pressing from the beginning, but I have to say, there were a couple of moments, especially this one. After bishop to c5, Anish spotted this move f4, very good move to try to destabilize the knight on d4, right? You cannot take on f4 because you lose the knight on d4. So what you can do is take on c2 or play the move knight to e6, which I think is the better move because it keeps more pieces on the board, right? And now you have this knight to e4 coming. You give some checks. It seems like you have the initiative, right, as Black. And after, take a look at this, after knight to e4, you see this pin on the first rank. This was deadly in the end. But it wasn't as easy. Bishop takes e4, Anish was still defending very well. And this was the critical juncture. He should have played not what he did in the game. He took on a4, which is completely losing after bishop takes a4, because I get to keep this nice setup on the first rank. What he had to do is keep attacking the bishop. Rook to b7, rook to b6. Just keep attacking the bishop. Do not take on a4, because unfortunately for him, that was deadly. After rook to d8, defend the knight.
Yes, e3. Okay, nice
little
trick.
move.
Yes.
Nice little move.
And you have no moves, yes, after that.
Absolutely
basically.
no
You cannot
moves.
move your king, you cannot move your knight. What about rook?
Absolutely. No moves. I will pick up this pawn, which he did, and I'm just simply going to convert afterwards.
I like the c3. Yes.
Important victory for Alireza. Unfortunate events for Anish. Let's take a look at the standings after this critical round.
What I remember that Fabio won and he keeps improving his situation.
And unfortunately, our producers are not showing us the standings. There it is. It's coming.
Yes.
They were tricking us.
4 points ahead, Fabio.
That's a lot.
Huge, yes.
That is a lot. 4 points ahead of Wesley, 5 points against everybody else, Jan and Levon, I have to say, with authority right now. And he's getting closer to that record. Guys, let's go to a short commercial break and we'll be back shortly with the next round. Don't go anywhere.
What is the most challenging aspect of chess for you personally?
The hardest part is coming back, not getting discouraged. When you start blundering, you're kind of starting doubting yourself. That's the most challenging thing. Otherwise, we've been working on chess for such a long time. We have the routine, and it's actually kind of some sort of a meditation, You sit down there, you put it on the chessboard, then you start working, you grab a coffee. It's all very, very pleasant. I mean, there are many hard parts, but what I mentioned is the hardest.
I think classical part is the most challenging because it's a very long game and you have to be very patient and have to use a lot of energy to think and outplay your opponent.
Actually, a couple of things. Big tension when you are playing for some big prize or big event, and then in one move everything can disappear. Basically, you are building your position through the whole game. You spend like 4 or 5 hours to get a nice position, and then you just mess it up with one move. And that's one part. Also, the losing itself, it's not great, but that's in every sport, I think.
I guess the most challenging for everybody is when you're not playing well. It's hard to enjoy the game when it's not going well. I guess that's the challenging part. Luckily I was always pretty good enough to keep the joy of it. Because I do wonder, had I not been a good player early on, would I really love chess? At the end of the day, it's a game and you want to be winning, right?
I think the part of the boring part, like preparation and memorization, can be really annoying. I mean, the game consists of 2 parts. So first part is like the memory test, the exam. And then if you pass it, then the game begins. So this is a bit boring, but yeah, it's a part of the job. But I think it's pretty much for everyone.
In general, I would say it's a work ethic. Every day you need to be out there, every sport, and especially because openings work is so paramount to success, to consistently try to find new ideas, especially in territories that have been explored so much.
The most challenging aspect of chess is, compared to other sports, it's all covered inside you. Playing chess professionally can be very tough on the brain. There are a lot of players I know also in the past and in the present who've had nervous breakdowns. So you gotta be very careful. You want to do well, but at the same time, your life has to be very even. Also, one thing I like about chess, there's a lot of computerization and memorization. So when the game was created, it used to be your brain against the other person and logical thinking, but now it's becoming more and more computerized, which is really annoying. But maybe that's one good thing of having more Rapid and Blitz tournaments. It changes the dynamic of the game.
That every game is a struggle and you really have to put all your energy and effort into the game, and sometimes you even have to change your personality so that you can improve your game. So that's the part which is most challenging.
Every time I work on chess, I learn something new, and it's clear that I don't know a lot of things. It's both fun and challenging at the same time to figure everything out. And for me, in pure chess terms, it's make a decision in a short amount of time, because you can't take so much time for every decision. That is one of the most challenging things.
I think dealing with emotions, probably sometimes positive emotions, excitement, or negative emotions. Not getting too, sad after a loss, or losing motivation after a loss, or sometimes getting too, overconfident, which can also be bad. So definitely dealing with emotions is a tough one.
national titles are on the line as young phenoms and established legends convene in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2024 U.S. Junior Girls, Juniors and Seniors Championship. Beginning July 16th, 30 players across 3 fields will compete for over $130,000 prize fund. Returning champs Melikset Katiyan and Alice Lee will look to defend their title, while Christopher Yu looks to reclaim his title after missing the event last year. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
Welcome back. It's round 5 of an incredible Blitz tournament so far. It's absolutely been full of thrills and spills, swings and roundabouts. So let's check out the standings so far. And there's one person who has the golden touch.
It's amazing.
Fabiano Caruana. Lost positions, he wins them all. And he's on 18 points, pulling ahead of Wesley So after Wesley So's draw. Wesley's only on 14 points. Nepomniachtchi, Levon, Aronian on 13 points.
That was a big win by Nepo. And tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 5.
Yep, and you can see Vidit Gujrathi plays against Nepomniachtchi. What will happen there? We'll find out. Ivan Saric plays Gukesh. Wesley So. This is going to be our marquee matchup. Number 2 in the standings plays the leader, Fabiano Caruana. Alireza Firouzja has white against Levon, Aronian, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays white against Anish, Giri.
Alireza and Levon will be a backup game just in case Wesley and Fabi fizzle. I think the games are going by so fast, but I'm looking at Fabi's positions and I'm saying, how does he do it?
So you don't like his position?
I don't like his play at all, but it's so successful.
Right. It's like not only you have to play good, but you have to be lucky sometimes.
Right.
That makes a winner in Blitz.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
And we keep saying like it's a long distance and everything's possible until it's not.
Right.
And
you
check the difference. Right.
Becomes overwhelming.
Yeah. And if Fabi wins, he will extend that lead to 5 points.
Absolutely. Wesley So in second place. Wesley, if he wants to win this tournament and win those Grand Chess Tour points, he's going to have to pull out something special in this game. Now, Fabi has not been playing well. I keep emphasizing that, but his results have been tremendous.
Right. But it is a game of endurance. We have 18 rounds of Blitz.
Sure.
And we do remember that the players have had these 9 rounds of Rapid beforehand. And also they're both coming from Bucharest. And it's off.
You're about to tell us they're tired. Endurance is important.
There's Fabi stumbling with his knight, Bishop C4, chosen by Wesley.
I always think that that's very sportive when you do make those fumbles, and sometimes your pieces do slip out of your hand, that you're very carefully put the pieces on the proper squares, you adjust everything before pressing the clock. Some players are not as sportive as we just witnessed. D7, D6, castles, A5, H6, castles, just so many flexible moves that both players can play. And again, we're seeing, there could have been a castles, and these Joko pianos became very rich positions.
But I like the fact that Wesley puts his money where his mouth is. He recommended the Joko piano in his course.
Chessable course,
and he's still playing it to this very day.
Exactly.
And
I agree. Now,
A4. Well, the big question is that pawn on A4 up for grabs? Could you go bishop B5 and try to win it? Or do you have to actually take some care about your bishop? And, well...
And to answer your question, I tried to win it. And we did see bishop b5 and knight e7. So there has been a trade of light square bishops. Now it's about this move d3, d4. After the move d4 and after the bishop drops back, knight to g3, I beg your pardon, can I use the slight space advantage that I have in the center to effect?
And that's what Wesley's going to try. The
and
knight has to move somewhere.
Exactly. Knight to g3. Oops.
No, queen c2 played.
Very quickly, too. The surrendering of the center. e5 takes d4. Also interesting, recapturing with the knight. For me, that's a surprise. I would have recaptured with the pawn and probably got no advantage after a move like d5. But okay, we have it. Full-blooded fight between number 1 and number 2 in the tournament. d5.
d5.
Okay, inviting e5.
You want to be going e5. E takes d5 is too accommodating, but no, knight g3.
Knight g3.
Well, I guess there's still issues for Fabiano to answer. If you capture on e4, then I like
queen?
the rook. I was thinking the queen.
Queen,
But that's
I was
because I'm
going
a brute.
play knight f6.
And then the queen would move over to h4, and then I would get it trapped. Knight to g3, g6.
Oops.
Yeah.
Okay, knight to g3. Well, in a sense, don't you have to take this pawn? Because you did just play the move d5. And eventually e5 will be a threat.
Hang on a second. There was pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn. You were tricking me. No, knight f6. Yeah, here I stumbled into it with queen h4. The queen takes knight, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you have
Queen takes queen.
these illusions that I'm going to play the intermezzo, rook takes e8, which is actually illegal. Yes. You can't move your rook.
So you did trick me.
I tricked myself. I tricked myself. I saw the intermezzo, rook takes e1. So queen takes e4, very good move.
Well, we see rook e8 being played. So
avoiding.
Exactly. Next move, potentially pawn takes pawn will be played.
But
what about e5?
E5, let's go.
Well, e5, you'll have to work out what happens after c5. After the
c5, I'm just retreating.
You're going to
go... I'm retreating.
Yeah.
I'm going to just play knight to f3 and develop knight f5.
e6 is very much in the air.
Truly.
And now with that pawn on e5, you are really tempted to start eyeballing the king. Okay, bishop e3.
Okay, I find that not to be ambitious, but it's a good move, just developing the pieces.
Exactly, and asking black, hey, what are you going to do after I go rook a d1?
Exactly.
Looking at the queen.
And clock time. Both players from their opening where they played the first dozen moves with no thought whatsoever. Their preparation was impeccable, and suddenly both players have slowed down considerably.
Well, pawn takes pawn played. Queen takes pawn was the response.
Queen takes e4. It's interesting. You're doing the English standard queen takes pawn takes pawn, instead of d takes e, queen takes e4.
You're going to reveal how old I am.
No, because I also have, I was raised on the English standard notation before algebraic became...
Me too. I played my very first World Juniors, and I was using the descriptive notation.
Descriptive, that's what they call it.
Until the arbiters saw what I was up to and said, no, that belongs in the past.
Yeah, the FIDE rules, they changed that you were required to use the Syrian algebraic notation. It was Syrian.
Yeah, and queen takes
invention.
e4 comes with a threat.
B7. Queen takes b7, not just grabbing a pawn,
I've noticed that about Wesley. Wesley, where possible, will like to grab material. He's a pawn grabber.
Yeah, no, he's one of the golden card carrying members of the Pawn Grubbers Association.
He has to be careful because that queen could get trapped on b7, knight d5. How are you going to get the queen out?
Rook a7 is the agenda.
Knight c6 is the response.
And that's the answer, knight c6. Now, I think I have to take on b6, which he has done, by the way, not to recapture right away. And look at Fabi, queen d7. Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Things are getting interesting because I can take the rook.
And he has to do that because
and then I can go rook to d1. Rook to d1, and who's trapping whom? Wow. Okay, just a second. Let me just refresh my board.
Okay,
Apologies.
but rook to b8 is a threat.
Yeah, rook to b8. I was thinking of rook to d1, rook to b8, and I had this really cute idea in mind of queen takes c7. But then I stopped after queen takes c7. If you play knight takes c7, it works brilliantly.
But still, okay, bishop c5 played.
So rook b8.
You're going to meet that with queen a6.
It's forced.
It's absolutely forced. And, you know, the pawn on a4 is
rook takes.
Very much loose.
Queen takes a4, knight takes c3. It's a long-winded variation. But at the end of the day, black is going to have a passed c7 pawn. White's going to have a passed
we might see it.
a2
Queen
pawn.
a, rook takes. And I wonder now whether it's good to go rook to d1, kind of combine your idea.
Rook to d1 is another possibility I might find attractive is queen a8 check. The idea is I put your king on h7, and then I go queen takes a4. We never know if the king is well placed on h7 or better on g8. On h7, there might be a check on the diagonal. So queen takes a4 or queen h8, rook d1. I'm sure Wesley is, ooh, look at Wesley. For a blitz game, that was impressive.
Absolutely. And you are watching the #1 and #2 players in our tournament. So this is an important battle. If Fabiano wins, he will extend his lead to 5 points.
It's
and
already
Wesley, already almost in a must-win situation. He needs to pull Fabiano down. And if he steals a point, then the gap will only be 3 points.
Well, a 4-point gap currently, that is a formidable gap. Now, rook c2 is, what a cheeky move. You're threatening knight e2, discover check, and taking the queen. Now, I was thinking that the bishop was very, very well placed. So knight e2 check followed by rook takes c5 would have been on my... Whoa. Okay, that was a big mistake. That was a big mistake. Fabi just played rook takes e2, leaving the dark squared bishop. And now a4, a5.
Right.
And white is definitely for choice suddenly. Big time. Big time. The bishop is just so much better than the knights in this position where f2 needs defense, but a7, a5, a7.
It's
Go,
as simple
charge,
as that. And also, I just want to point out the rook on e2 is a tactical weakness, because if the queen vacates from the f5 square, well, that's it.
Oh,
you mean the d3? I mean,
queen
because
to
there's
d3
so
check.
many possibilities where you can see, like, white would like to get a rook up to b5, even harass this queen.
Right.
Well, now we see a trade.
And for me, this is a 2-result game, as this knight has to stay on the side of the board to keep this a-pawn. If I could trade queens, queen c5, I would think I'm simply winning. And Fabi is aware that the danger is severe at the moment.
He goes with c6. Okay, well,
c6,
your action.
Queen c5.
Fabiano
Queen
in
c5.
huge trouble.
Queen b1
We're expecting bishop b6.
Okay.
That's also pretty straightforward.
He wants to take a
what
pawn.
white wants to do.
He wants
Knight
to take a pawn.
to b3, attacking the queen, but the queen can just step up to c3. The white king has a hiding place on h2, so nothing deep to calculate there.
No, this looks
queen to d1.
Winning. There was a trick for Fabi. Queen check, queen d1, and knight d2. But look at this. The a-pawn is a runner suddenly. Yeah. Let me just refresh my board.
And, well, you can also see that it's not just the board that is problematic for Fabiano. He's down to 19 seconds on the clock. Queen d3 check.
That looks very strong.
I mean, yeah, then you could throw in a check on d8 and just get pushing.
And then a6 and away you go. Queen d3 check, I think you have to play, whether you like it or not, g6. Ugh. That weakens a lot of the dark squares.
Wesley now ticking down to
How much?
under 30 seconds.
Queen d3 check.
Queen c2 check. Queen
A2.
setting up a pin.
Well, he wants to play a6. Queen
But
takes...
hang on a second. Is there perpetual chances? Wow, it's a race. c4. Throwing a check. Oi, oi, oi. Knight f1. Check.
That was the one thing you didn't... Oh, I think you're still winning with h4, but it's the one thing you didn't want to see is the knight coming towards your king with a game of tempo.
The queen and knight are a deadly duo. g4. And again, just to
Queen
update you on some
E5.
results, Saric lost to Gukesh. Gukesh winning his first game of the day.
Okay, wait a minute. I think Fabi blundered with queen e2 because now White's king is actually safe.
I don't know.
Queen
it's not
f6?
safe with
Yes.
the queen and knight.
Queen
hopping
f6?
around.
What?
Queen h1.
What?
It was just panic from Wesley.
No, it's not. It's not a panic. He's got...
But
Oh...
the queen g... Oi, oi, oi.
Fabi is
He's
going
not
to draw this game. It's unbelievable.
He's surviving this. No,
No, he's going to win the pawn on the... no!
way.
He won!
Fabiano simply
Oh, this is ridiculous.
untouchable.
This is-
He is a charmed man.
Totally. Let's
Wow.
jump to the game of Levon. Oh,
Wow,
we
Fabi
just saw something
extending his lead to 5 points.
ridiculous. Oh my gosh. How did he get away with that? Where is Levon's game? Sorry. Jan.
There it is. No?
Alireza has won.
Okay, we have a result there from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime winning against Anish. And there we see a round of applause, which means the final game has finished.
So Nepo defeats Vidit. Gukesh has won against Saric. Alireza won with Levon. Miro, I'm going to have to ask you where all the action was. I'm still recovering.
Well, you haven't seen any action yet. No, there wasn't any.
I'm recovering.
So you stay corrected. It's not that Gukesh won. It's more of a Saric decided to lose his very promising position. Okay, not deliberately, but yeah. So just quickly stopping here on Saric versus Gukesh game. And again, we are talking another sidelines of Sicilian. So this time it was a check on b5, black blocked with the knight. Yeah, over here, that's a first stop because Saric very quickly played e6. Apparently he was prepared, even though you can go h3 and just enjoy it like a pair of bishops. So e6, fe6, and then it seemed that he had his lines confused. Because I'm looking at the machine, I'm checking the games that were played, knight c3 is the move. So he went h3, takes, g6, and it turned out, yeah, well, you did what you would have done, it's just that you spent the tempo on h3. So later on, black is better in this position. You had to sacrifice another pawn. However, Saric starts to come up with tricky moves, bishop h6.
Right.
And then, like, if you're a computer, it's easy to say, I go knight f5, I have the fianchetted knight, not very common sight, yeah, and then you go knight f6 and then you castle. Anyway, so to cut long story short, Gukesh made a couple of misses, and over here it's already White who is better despite Black having a pair of pawns. And White could go queen b4, queen a4. Why went queen g4? Perhaps overlooking queen to b6, so a tempo on the rook and defending the e6 pawn. So what ended up happening, Saric sacrificed an exchange. He was thinking perhaps that, yes, he will take on g6, there will be perpetual check, but rook d6, rook takes, rook f8, and this must be, well, the last point in this game, that f2, well, there is a threat against f2, so White actually has to react, and he's an exchange down, and nothing works. So that was a bit of a shock, because Gukesh seemed to have control after the opening, went down, come back, but that's Blitz. That's why we play Blitz, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mero. What are our standings after Another very dramatic.
Fabiano Caruana is at the top with 19 points, a 5-point lead over Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wesley So, both on 14 points. And Alireza Firouzja, he is gaining ground. He moves to 13.5. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a win is also on 13 points. Levon Aronian remains on 13 points. But that game, that Fabi, he shocked us all.
He won
against Wesley So
from a losing position.
Completely losing. And yet, look at what he does here.
At the end, it's just a gorgeous. He picks up the A pawn, which is like you think to yourself, okay, King H1, and everything's good. But no, the move Queen G3. You think, no, we don't trade queens. Now I'm going to take the pawn on A6. And Wesley had to resign because he's going to be several pawns down. When I think about this position, I mean, if he had played Queen C5, it would have been over.
Well, we are still reeling in shock here, but we're going to go to Croatia with Anastasiya and Cristian and see what interested them.
Well, that's the thing about Blitz, guys. Some players just simply find their mojo. They find their inspiration and they become unstoppable. Fabiano is one of them. But another one, I have to say, it feels like Alireza is finding his mojo as well.
He is playing very creative chess, definitely. Look at this ending, which happened in the game between him and Levon Aronian, who had black pieces and once again played French defense. So this is like more or less typical French ending. You can see this black bishop on c8 and against this great bishop on d3. So look what he did. He played king g3 and after knight f6 he played king h4. And you don't see it quite often in the ending, in the game that king goes all this way. Yes. And then he decided, okay, enough is enough. He went back after a couple of moves, why not to go? And he went all the way back, even after
king was
knight
not
g4.
Safe on h4.
You expect, normally you go knight, king g3 and you protect the pawn, right, on f4. No, king g1. Given to Levon, pawn on f4, take the pawn, no problem. And after h3 actually turned out that you don't have this nice square for this knight. So if you play knight f6, for example, there is like knight e2 and you have to give up this exchange.
Maybe we can show that actually.
Because for example, if you play knight f6, there is knight e2 and the rook is trapped. You have to give this rook in any case. So Levon decided to give it right away, rook f3. And after that he played knight e5 and he gave up the exchange but got a couple of pawns. Fire was on the board. This ending was really, really sharp. You can see after bishop h7, he took this knight on d4. Actually, position was pretty balanced. Both sides had some chances. I would like to go to this moment where Levon decided to start pushing the pawn, and I think the more or less crucial mistake was around this moment when after knight e4 he played this move b6 which turned out to be a little bit slow.
Too slow.
He had to keep pushing, maybe here after knight e4 he just had to play like d3 and go all the way. Allowing knight c5 perhaps, but still trying to push the pawn all the way. Maybe knight e3 sometimes was
d2
possible.
And knight e3 is a problem.
It's a threat, yes. So I don't know why he didn't play this move. Maybe he thought that he will be always ready to play that. After b6, knight g3 probably was a very smart move because now after d3, look at this difference. After you take rook g7 and then king goes all the way to d6, later on it happened, and creating all these kind of threats.
But there is also too many pawns on the king side for white.
And too much material for white, and later Alireza managed to convert it into the full point. He's doing really well in the tournament, as you said, Cristian.
He's on the wave.
Yes.
He found his wave. Absolutely, but he's
well.
Still so far behind Fabiano.
Yes.
5.5 points.
Fabi is doing something great. Yes,
but he's
in this
getting
event.
very close to the podium.
Absolutely.
And
so what did you check?
That's actually a very good question. I checked this one, Vidit versus Jan. I don't know if you guys caught the final moments of that game, but there was a surprise to my eyes as well. The problem with Vidit in this tournament is not that he's playing bad chess. He's playing slow chess. It's not enough, especially in Blitz. You have to maintain momentum. You have to keep pace with your opponent when it comes to the clock. And unfortunately, he's not doing that. And in the critical moments, he's suffering because of that. That's exactly what happened in this one as well. Queen to a2, rook to e2, queen to d5. The position is wild, right? With the king on f2, everything surrounding it, the queen coming to h1 as we see the knight on f5 holding on to the escape squares g3 and e3. So it looks like there's a mating net coming.
All the time,
right?
yes. Anybody can get the mated.
And guess what? The rook is coming into play as well.
Yeah.
But the engine at this point, guess what? It says that it's equal. Because white has his threats also. Queen takes g6 if you give me one more move. And he did play the move king to c3, which maintains equality in the position, but unfortunately he played it too slow and he flagged.
He lost some time.
He flagged, yes. But that's a great win and a very important win for Nepo to at least try to stay connected with Fabiano, who is right now running away with the event. Guys, just incredible scenes here in Zagreb. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasiya. Well, we're seeing some hot players. Firouzja, Caruana, Nepo. And guess who plays in the next round?
Let's take a look at the pairings. And we'll bring them up because this is, as always, going to be very exciting. Nepomniachtchi has white against Anish, Giri. Levon, Aronian plays Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave. Fabiano, Caruana, tournament leader with a 5-point advantage, plays Alireza, Firouzja.
That will be our marquee matchup game.
Yes, Gukesh plays Wesley and Vidit, Gujrathi plays Saric.
Normally, Levon versus MBL would be our marquee matchup, but with Alireza and Fabi playing so well, number 1 and number 2, well, I mean, we got to get there.
And let's remind ourselves of the Grand Chess Tour standings.
The overall standings,
So this is the overall standings after Bucharest. Pragnananda is at the top, having played 2 events with a 16 points, 0.25 points. Gukesh has 10.25 points, and there comes Fabiano, Caruana, Alireza, Firouzja. Interesting enough, Anish has played 2 events, and he's there with 8 points.
Exactly.
And let's have a look at the upcoming events, because, well,
they're coming to St. Louis.
To St. Louis in August 11th to 16th. It comes to St. Louis for the Rapid and Blitz, and then we have the grand finale, the Sinkfield Cup, from August the 18th to 29th. Guys, you're going to be in for a massive treat.
Everybody's welcome
chess.
to join us here in St. Louis. We are looking forward to these 2 events. They really are the end bookends of the Grand Chess Tour. Something very, very nice. I'm still reeling. I'm sorry. That game between Wesley and Fabi, Wesley played beautifully right until he lost. The last 15 moves were a disaster. But up until that, he played great, Miro. You can have these patches of great chess play and then just a few bad moves. It's all spoiled.
Coming back to the discussion before this round, one has to play good and be lucky.
Right.
So this component was missing perhaps in Wesley's, right? Because it's inevitable you will make mistakes. It's not like Fabi does not make mistakes.
He does.
He does. It's just that, he capitalizes on the other's mistake.
He doesn't make the last mistake.
Yeah, the last mistake.
The last mistake.
You can make a lot, right? Just don't make the last one.
Exactly. As we're getting ready for...
round 6.
Yeah, it's just like crazy. I'm
It's
still...
just flying by, but I am also in shock about Fabi. It feels like he's living 9 lives, a charmed life.
12.
It's like the gods want him to win.
They do. They do. I just bringing up this position on my board because I look at this position that Wesley so achieved, and I think to myself, 9 times out of 10 you win, 1 time you draw. I mean, and you just go Queen C5. And the whole problem is this knight is so far from the action, but the knight is tethered. It has to stop the A-pawn. The final position, the knight is suddenly in the game. I mean, it was just crazy what happened. The knight somehow ended, look at this. White's king was almost mated after. It's like the knight was on A5. How does that even happen?
It's just a miracle.
A miracle.
Yeah, so you just have to accept it for what it is. It's
Miracles.
Blitz chess. Anything can happen.
True that.
And talking about Blitz chess, well, we have more Blitz chess coming up tomorrow. So
Yes.
we have a few rounds remaining today, and tomorrow a further 9 rounds. And do remember that the play begins 1 hour earlier. Just in case, if there are playoffs,
We need that extra.
we need that extra hour.
That's right. Absolutely. As we're getting ready for this Fabi versus Alireza, and because it's gone by so fast, and Jovi, I think you've been keeping track of it. How has Alireza been doing? I mean, we know Fabi's using every life that he's had, but Alireza?
Well, Alireza has won a few games, so he's won, two, and I'm circling things, yeah. So.
Exactly.
Is he tied for the second?
Yeah, so he's tied for second.
Right.
And he's pulled
because
together.
Wesley just lost.
He lost against Wesley So in round 1.
Mm.
And since then, he's been winning, and then he drew against his countrymate,
there we have it.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And there you can see the
he's
standings.
He's in fourth. He's a half a point behind both Jan and Wesley.
Wesley, yeah.
Sorry, because, I thought he was also tied for second. In my mind, there was the chasing pack.
But it is really, he's not tied for fourth place. He's just half a point behind.
He's clear fourth.
Jan.
Yeah. And Wesley.
And Wesley, yes.
Yes, so he's
But
clear
Wesley, having lost that game, he will need to bounce back. And for Nepo, he, again, needs to start motoring. If you want to even dream about just narrowing that 5-point gap, and I think everyone will be going, come on, let the luck run out for Fabiano.
Well, 5-point gap. I mean, we saw the GCT standings, but let's face it, if Fabi scores first place, and
he gets 13 points.
13 huge points. He gets the bonus for winning clear first.
It's kind of almost coming to the stage where if he extends his lead even more, tomorrow is just going to be a walk in the park. You know, he can just draw a few games here, there.
And just coast to first place. Yeah.
What a performance.
Truly. See, that was one of the things that Bobby Fischer wanted in the must-win 10 game. Because he said, look, if I'm winning by 3 points, I'll just coast and I'll just make draws to close out the match. But if I have to win 2 more games, then I'll play hard every game. As we see Nepo and Anish getting ready for battle. For Nepo, by the way, he's also come back into the fold, and he is tied for second with Wesley.
He also began the day needing to narrow a 5-point gap, same as Alireza.
Right.
And unfortunately for them, it's only extended because everything seems to be working Fabi's way. But here we go. This is our marquee matchup. Fabiano Caruana against Alireza Firouzja.
For those of you who are joining us late, Fabi has just been on a tear, both in the Rapid. He started with a loss in the Blitz. It could have been consecutive losses. He's had some very dodgy positions, but he's won them. I mean, he's gotten very, very lucky, and he's up against a formidable opponent. Alireza is one of the best blitzers in the world. Let's see what he can do. No D3 on move 2. Knight to C3.
No.
The English.
I was going to say, we've seen Fabi just manage to turn things around because he's managed to hold his nerve in the closing seconds.
He has.
Alireza is a calm customer. He's not going to allow for panic. Okay, so there we see G3 being played.
Yeah, this moment where Alireza just paused before he played knight f6. I have played in my career very often the move f7, f5. That was not what Alireza played. He played knight f6, all very conventional stuff. Castles, and bishop takes c3. World Championship match between Kasparov and Karpov. They navigated this position for quite some time. Knight to d5, trying to avoid those lines where bishop takes c3 is on the board. Knight to d5. Just thinking about one particular line. Knight takes d5, c takes d5, knight e4, as well as the choice by Alireza,
see
which was
E4.
E4, knight H4.
Rook E8.
Idea is clear. Knight takes F6, and now G5 doesn't ensnare the knight. The knight does have the square F5.
And here the main move for black is to go bishop C5, closely followed by D6.
Bishop C5 and D6. Also D6 right away?
Yep. And I think there are some other moves, but less popular. Bishop F8 has been tried. And one creative soul played B5. I don't think anyone will be touching that one.
Very creative. By the way, not for nothing, but Alireza has played
D6
quite slowly the opening, meaning just the speed of play. Whereas, if I've got it right, Fabi, a minute ahead on the clock already?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fabi's just cruised through the opening stage. 4 minutes and 39 seconds on the clock, whereas for Alireza, he is hovering around the 3 minute and 30 second mark.
Mm-hmm.
And there you see the D pawn has moved, they've left the board.
E takes D3, queen takes D3, just recapturing. And again, bishop G5 was the huge threat. Knight takes, pawn takes.
Queen C2.
Queen C2, a little bit cautious about the bishop. Bishop E3 would be a significant threat in my estimation. So bishop C5, and okay, I like white space, but the reality is if you look across the board, always you're thinking in your mind, what's my target?
Mm-hmm.
What's my target? You know, like, where am I hitting? Am I hitting you on H7? Am I hitting you on C7? Look at my targets, and I feel that black is coming out of the opening happy. Let's put it that way. That there's no targets in the position for white.
But white does have the potential to create a big center. So,
yes, always E4,
E4,
F4.
F4 in the right time.
Exactly.
Push black pieces back. Bishop to G4 played with an attack against E2.
Exactly.
Bishop C3 is what I would automatically play, and there queen to D7. Alireza has ideas of going bishop H3, trading off the light square bishops in the right circumstance.
Yeah, for me, I was in a very funny kind of way. I really want to make my rook on E8 work. I don't want to see you playing E4 and F4 and all of those great moves. So I would find myself drawn to the move knight to G6 so right here I would find myself attracted to the move knight G6 in order to
just force the knight back from
Exactly.
H4 to F3, so at least there is no pawn expansion
E4.
in the center.
Exactly.
But a case different approach from, well, Fabi's went rook AC1, and now
well, this is the moment
this is
I'm
all
saying.
new territory, so knight G6.
Right.
I like that idea, Yasser.
Exactly. And you do want, yes, you do want to play rook takes E2 and or bishop takes E2. And if you force the knight back to F3, well, that's fine. Then oftentimes what you try to do is put your bishop in the center. Oh, he's played rook E7. No knight G6 for you. Rook to E7.
Perhaps he was afraid of something on the long diagonal, or maybe some counter threats. But anyway, rook E7.
On the board.
On the board. And how to E3. This is a nice move. No knight G6 for you today, Yasser.
Right. Okay, E2, E3.
Can you get crafty and go, no, you can't go G5. G5 just allows white to go bishop takes knight.
It's still to be considered. So, for example, G5, bishop takes E5, takes on H4, bishop F6, H3. Mm-hmm. I am making a claim. You've got a bishop on F6, which is absolutely monstrous, by the way. That's a very, very powerful bishop. The pawn on H3 does cause a bit of discomfort.
Also carries a lot of risk, right?
Yes,
to
yeah.
open up the king like that without any material reward. So instead, of course, G5 is an idea that Alireza will have.
A5.
But A5 instead, challenging the queen side. Okay, how to deal with that? My
Well,
instinct is A3.
Yeah, which is fine. A3 is a perfectly good move. I find the move A5 defensive. The idea is, I think the bishop is really, really good on B6. It defends an important pawn on the C file. So there's always a possibility of A4, A5 shifting the bishop away. Now, if I go A5, A3, and we trade the pawns, which is perfectly legit.
But
defensively,
the bishop on B6 is great.
Yeah, you can't push it away.
And you also have the A line to work down.
Right.
So I really like A5. It's very sophisticated. Okay, so we see
B takes A5.
B takes
by the way.
A5, bishop takes, bishop D4.
Bishop to D4. So from White's point of view, Fabi's point of view, Fabi he's loading up. He's loading up. It's taking him a while, but he is almost ready to mobilize his center.
Can he not do
E4?
it now? F3, do it slowly. F3.
Yeah, well, E4, F4. You know, a moment ago, the bishop on B6 was on the G1 diagonal, which made E4 and F4 a little problematic. So Fabi is getting there. He's getting closer to the time that he can cash in.
And now
knight
G6.
Okay. Better late than never.
Yeah. But now.
Very good move, by the way. So the idea is, once again, if you play knight F3, of course, bishop H3 is perfectly fine, but I find myself drawn to bishop F5, tempo against the queen, bishop to E4. Something happened quickly. Knight takes G6. Okay, here we follow the
rules of capturing towards the center.
Yeah, the guidelines.
Well, the hesitation from Alireza indicates that he's thinking otherwise. He's going for activity. Wow. Okay, queen B2, targeting the B7 pawn, and also eyeballing that pawn on G7. Wow.
F takes, that was too much. That was creative, but not good. Sorry. That was just strategically...
This is a nice move. Rook C4. Rook F8. The bishop wants to park itself on F3.
Yeah, but what do we do about rook to C1? I want to park my rook on C7. And by the way, the bishop on A5 is a bit off sides.
23 seconds for Alireza, and yeah, he chases away the rook.
Well, the rook is going to go to C6. That keeps the bishop.
Yeah, well.
And we've got, what's the clock time?
Significant. So we see Alireza with just under 20 seconds. Fabiano just around the 1 minute 45 second mark. Queen F5.
He's just staying in the game. He's staying in the game by tactics. Queen takes B5, queen takes F2 is not what you want.
E4.
E4, rook takes E4. That's not a sacrifice
F4,
I'm interested in.
Beautiful.
I like F4. F4 closes down the F file, but it does leave a weakness on E3. At a certain moment, Black may
whoa, 5 seconds there. And do
Bishop F3.
And
Bishop F3.
Bishop
I don't want
F3
to
is good.
double.
A double question mark, which kind of indicates to me maybe
something.
E4.
E4.
No, you can actually take on H3.
He's done it.
And then take on B5.
He's done it.
And where to put the bishop? You have to go to B6. No, it jumps into D2.
But that C7 is hanging.
But you can, yeah.
C7 is now hanging, and he's taken on C7. And isn't queen? No, queen D7.
You can go queen F1.
No, I want
away the spider. And okay, again, breaking news. Levon Aronian has won against Levon.
By the way, rook sacrifice.
MVL,
Rook
sorry.
sacrifice.
MVL, sorry, my apologies. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has beaten Levon Aronian.
Ooh. Fabi made an interesting decision to force, provoke, however you want to put it, a rook sacrifice. And yeah, he's a rook up, but his king has no pawn shield and his rooks are doubled. You can play rook to c8.
I would play like that.
But that's a perpetual. And Fabi is thinking, I'm a rook ahead. I'm a whole rook ahead. I should be winning.
H6, a very calm move there from Alireza.
Great move by Alireza, that move, f6. Really, really like it. Alireza is looking for an opportunity playing rook f5 to...
Now rook e5 is coming.
Wait a minute. Can I take on h3?
He takes on g6?
Sorry? Yes, can I take on g6?
Queen h3.
King g1.
Bro, rook e5. Oh my goodness me! Fabi blunders a rook.
Oh,
my
what
God.
a move. Rook
And that's
C.
it, it's a turnaround.
Well, the bad luck he was completely winning. He could play rook to g2, and he was completely winning. He went rook c8, hanging the rook. Oh my gosh. And now what's the clock times?
Well,
I'm seeing no
there
time.
you can see 5 seconds for both of these players. And Fabi now will have to play incredibly resourcefully in order to save this one. 2 seconds.
When Fabi played rook c8, he was expecting that was a checkmate, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, make no mistake about it. He thought he
But
just
the
won
game
the game on the
continues.
start.
Rook h5 check.
Right? Rook check.
Queen g5, rook g5.
Queen e5 or king g7. King
And you
g7
can just
is the safest.
see the panic. Rook,
Oh, absolutely. King g7.
King g7.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful move.
And rook
Rook
e5.
e5 blocking, and
now
wow,
h5.
the a4 is marching, throwing in a check. The problem is that Alireza's king is so safe.
Truly.
It's a hesitation there.
With no time on the clock.
But Fabi is being tricky.
Fabi's doing his best to get his okay, there's a
now
pawn on
queen
a6,
takes
right?
a6. No.
No.
Okay.
He's going for the mate.
Well, now the king, it's going on walkabouts, but there's no way it's going to survive this one. You can just simply trade off queens and take the pawn on a6.
Oh, it's all about the clock now.
Yeah, he's just building up the time.
Rook h3
Rook
check.
h3.
No.
I was expecting him to
Yes,
trade
to
off
trade
queens and just
queens.
go rook a1.
Oh no.
Oh
What's
no,
this?
what's happening here? Oh.
And is the white king checkmated? Queen f4 checkmate is the threat. Queen f4 is... And he had to give up the queen.
And there we see a handshake. Whoa.
Rook c8. Well, there's more games going on, but rook c8, what a move. Let's turn to Wesley So. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
And here we see, it looks like it was a draw in that game.
So Gukesh, Wesley So. It's 2 bishops versus the rook, but White's bishops, there is a pass d pawn, but White's bishops are controlling.
And now the a pawn comes marching.
And Gukesh is winning.
And there we see a handshake.
Wesley So, number 2.
Second loss in a row.
Yeah, and for Gukesh, wow. Just a feeling of relief. Lots of wins in this round 6. Whoa, Miro, to turn it over to you. Fabi's luck ran out.
Well,
I mean,
it was kind of
inevitable.
The other luck kind of played the role because Alireza got a lot of luck normally, and you can see him, like if you check his games from Blitz Championships and so, he wins a lot of games.
Lucky games?
Right, and yeah, I can't help it but to show once again that Fabi blundered, and it was pretty much the only
way
move, the only way to lose. Like if you don't look at ridiculous and winning, and ironically blundering the other rook would win the game still. And funny enough, it's the best move according to the machine. You take on d6 and then, yes, if it blocks, there is some way of winning this rook back. There is no perpetual. Yeah, go here, go here, take the rook. Yeah, so it's amazing. So Fabi pretty much, found, of course he blundered, but it was the only way to lose.
Wow.
And he fought back very well, and at some point even had a chance. Incredible. What's happening? He's still in front, but Alireza, this is a super important win.
Yes.
Would Fabi convert this one? There'd be no discussion whatsoever.
It would be a 6-point lead or whatever kind of a gap.
And there was one more, which, look, I'm sorry, but it will go unattended unless I show it. It's a game between Jan and Giri, and it looked all fair square. But there was a funny moment where both players, and move 21, and it looks equal, and then all of a sudden, double question mark. And what's double question mark? Because, well, apparently Giri had knight before, the rook is not protected, and then it's a check, you have to go, and it's, wait, what was the trick? I think knight goes, something. Anyway, I know for the fact that black was winning a pawn like this, with the funny knight before move, which was never played.
Fantastic.
Yeah, let's go over to Croatia, because we had more exciting games, in fact.
I have to say there was a lot of luck involved in today's round, in this particular round. Tell us a bit about this game, Levon versus Maxime.
Yeah, Levon versus Maxime was a crazy game. A lot of things were happening, but I would like to bring your attention to this moment. Maxime had this really interesting position happening at this time, and he had a very good move before. Just, keep pushing.
Very typical.
Typical, tell this knight, go away from here, from this great position on c3. But he was, of course, tempted with the idea, knight g3, how you cannot play this move. Of course, you play knight g3 at this moment when you can threaten checkmate on h8. The only move, queen d4, followed up. You have to
the action of the queen.
Exchange of the queens followed up. And then look at this, rook h4. Now black is threatening to play rook h8 and give this checkmate, rook h1. How do you defend against such a threat having seconds on your clock? Good question,
If you want to test, you might want to stop the video right now and try to do it yourself, because it's absolutely brilliant.
It's really hard to do so, but I mean, of course, computer finds it easily. It's knight d1, not an obvious idea. After that, you have to put your knight under the threat and play knight f2, for example, rook h8, knight f2, and now you don't have rook h1 anymore, it's protected. So after taking king f2, white is doing fine.
Slightly better.
Slightly better even, yes. So instead of this, Levon played bishop d1, I think, in this position. Yes. And after that, black suddenly became much better. And Maxime, of course, took advantage of the situation. And look, this last nice trick. Rook takes c2. If bishop takes, you lose the rook. If king takes, just pawn goes forward.
There's another queen coming on the board.
Yes, fantastic game by Maxime. I mean, knight g3 was really nice. Even though maybe not the best move in the position, you really want to play it.
You want to play it in blitz.
Yes.
There's absolutely no way you're going to resist temptation in that one, I have to say. I was looking at Gukesh, the game that you guys caught the last few moments of, and take a look at this. Gukesh, I have to say, he played very well in the middle game. And somewhere around this point, Wesley made a big mistake, in my opinion, a big strategical mistake. He played the move bishop to d6. Why would you give up the two bishops? There's absolutely no reason to do so. You can play bishop to e4. Knight to e5 comes on the board, but it doesn't really matter. You hold on to your bishops. He didn't. He played the move bishop to d6. And after this, Gukesh played a masterful game. Bishop to d4, transitioned to this position, two bishops for the rook, but still that's winning. And then managed to convert quite smoothly after that, despite the fact that Wesley was putting up resistance, but you have too many weaknesses, the pawn on b7, the pawn on a6, things of that nature, and you don't have enough counter chances as black. And bishop to d2 came, rook takes c6, and we had this position. I have to say, great win for Gukesh. Take a look at the king, bishop to c7. Now the pawn on b7 is going to be lost, and that's pretty much all she wrote.
Gukesh really needed this victory, right?
Let's take a look at the standings. right now, after this very important round, finally somebody stops Fabiano.
Yes.
And it was Alireza, the dark
Exactly.
horse.
Exactly. You predicted it, Cristian, yourself. So still Fabi is leading 19 points. Look at this, 4.5 points ahead of everyone. Jan Nepomniachtchi is and Alireza, Firouzja are sharing the second place right now. Wesley so following them, and together with Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave with 14 points, and so on.
Absolutely, and we will go on a short break. We did talk to Vidit Gujrathi. Take a look at this interview conducted by Anastasiya.
Vidit, welcome to Zagreb, welcome to Grand Chess Tour. It's your first time actually participating in Grand Chess Tour. How are you excited about it?
Thank you. It's actually my second time because I played in Calcutta in India and that was part of Grand Chess Tour. But I think it's been a long time, so it just feels like the first one again. I'm very excited. I've always watched these tournaments at home, so I'm happy to play here and hopefully this is the event where I do really well.
I thought that the first time actually was when you came with Anish in 2016 and you were his second there in Levon and Paris, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And how was it, your experience with him as a second?
It was very nice. I was not really a well-known player. I still remember once Jan Gustafsson, who was there, he asked Anish discreetly, who's this guy you're roaming around with? And then he said, he has more rating than you. So that's one thing which I still recall. But as a player, it's much more enjoyable.
Absolutely. What are your first memories about Grand Chess Tour, like when you were just a follower?
I feel the person who comes to my mind when I think of Grand Chess Tour is Kasparov. Like, he had this vision of doing it. I really think this Rapid and Blitz format is very, very interesting to watch. And I feel going ahead, this is going to be the format. So Grand Chess Tour, I feel, has the potential of becoming something like a trademark event every year where all the top players, I think, this is the event where it's mainly like world's top 15, top 20 players in the world. So it's one of the most elite events, I would say.
Anish actually is very excited about the fact that you're playing this time, and I was asking him for advice for you, let's say, just of course like a friendly advice. What about the other way around? Would you have some advice for Anish, for someone who is playing for too long here in GCT events, like how to stay in GCT, how to make sure that he keeps playing there?
So I might have had 1 or 2 bad months, but still I don't think I'm that desperate that I need to take advice from Anish.
No, that's what he said, that you know what to do.
I think for Anish, it's been a while since I've played him over the board, so that is going to be the fun part. But I think advice will just not be, imposing on each other.
Of course, and you played in FIDE Grand Swiss tournament, you won it, and also in the candidates. You've been working so hard in chess, and where are you right now? Like, what are your goals? Where are you going in your chess career?
Yeah, I was aiming for candidates, and I worked really, really hard like the past 2 years. But the candidates did not go my way. So I think now I have to rethink what I'm going to do next. So right now I don't have an answer to it. What are my next goals? I'm taking one tournament at a time, but hopefully as I play, I introspect and find out that what is that I really am looking forward to. But right now my aim is just to do well. I'm more relaxed than before, so try to enjoy the game more, which is easier said than done.
This is absolutely. Did you follow also previous GCT events? Like, let's say, what was the most impressive for you in Poland and in Romania?
Yeah, I think I followed the event in Poland more closely because Rapid and Blitz, I feel, is more easy to follow. It's more exciting, a lot of games, and there were 3 Indians playing. Classical chess, of course, I followed the games, but I did not really watch it live. So I would say still watching this event, this race between Magnus and others was very interesting.
Yes, absolutely. And my last question, like, you are very popular in social media, and I know you spend a lot of time, you have many chess fans around the world and in India. You pay a lot of attention to this, but how do you combine all these activities with your, let's say, chess career, with your life?
Yeah, I'm very grateful that, so many people are into chess. And even when I travel, I met a couple of them now at the airport, and they tell their story, how they joined the game, and now they're watching it, they're rooting for me. So it's very heartwarming. And I make sure that I don't take it for granted and, appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for your time and all the best of luck for you in Zagreb.
Thank you.
National titles are on the line as young phenoms and established legends convene in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2024 U.S. Junior Girls, Juniors, and Seniors Championship. Beginning July 16th, 30 players across 3 fields will compete for over $130,000 prize fund. Returning champs Melikset Katiyan and Alice Lee will look to defend their title, while Christopher Yu looks to reclaim his title after missing the event last year. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
Welcome back. It's been such a fiery start to the Blitz portion in the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz.
I feel overstimulated, I have to tell you. It's been amazing. What is our standing,
Yeah,
Jovi?
and you can see Fabiano Caruana, he's there with 19 points. But look who are catching him up. Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja, they're on 14.5 points. There's still some way to go. And then we have Wesley and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who is making a bid to creep up the standings. They're on 14 points.
Think about what you just said as we look at the round 7 pairings.
Well, that's why I mentioned
yes,
it.
Yes, indeed.
Because take a look at this.
Right.
Saric plays Nepomniachtchi. Wesley plays white against Vidit Gujrathi. Alireza Firouzja, he's in 2nd place. He has the white pieces against Gukesh. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be the one facing Fabiano Caruana. That's going to be our marquee matchup, and then Anish Giri.
Yeah, exactly. And for MVL, everybody's hoping that MVL can reel away a runaway leader, as Fabiano has such a significant lead over the chasing pack.
And there we just saw Levon Aronian striding to his seat against Anish Giri.
We will have Alireza and Gukesh as our backup.
Undoubtedly, yes.
Yeah, Alireza. Nepo was your pick, I believe.
He was my pick.
And he's rising to the top.
He is right. Cream always rises to the top.
Well said. As MVL, he's had a tumultuous day, thrills and spills, as well
as anyone else. Yeah.
As anyone else, yeah. And let's go. It's Blitz. Let's just move it quickly.
And there we can see the players.
And no Archangel.
No, but
no
instead
Bishop C5.
Knight to E7, Knight G6. This is very trendy.
It really is. And again, the vagaries of fashion are just so hard to keep it. I mean, it looks so counterintuitive for me that you put a knight on G6, you spend 2 tempi, you give up the center and you give up the two bishops, and the computer just says, oh, this is fine. And look at the players go. My goodness.
My goodness, this is like a memory test. And,
right.
Now the queen drops back to e7. What stage will they be surprised?
I'll show you my preparation if you show me yours. Wow, look at them go. And finally a pause. So why does queen e7 deserve a pause?
Because queen h4 was the only game, and that had been played before.
That's the old theory. Queen h4. Okay, h4, knight takes h4. So white is hoping that with this pawn sacrifice, h4, that the knights will be discombobulated, and you get in ideas of f4, but wait a minute. What's better than being one pawn up? Two pawns.
Would you touch that pawn?
I don't know. I'm a pawn grubber, but I'd hesitate. Let's put it that way. Maybe I'd take it the other way. Knight takes. Well,
no, he decides not to go for that pawn.
Discretion is the better part of valor in this one. So the two bishops, MVL is banking on the two bishops as giving him sufficient compensation, but no targets in black's camp here. I don't think I like this, Jovi. I'll take the knights. I'm kind of happy.
Knight takes e7, bishop a3, keeping the black king in the center. Rook e8, rook e1
on the agenda.
Is
absolutely
definitely in the pipe. Nice.
Yeah. So, well, okay. So in this case, I have to move the knight in order to make room for the king. Okay. So knight comes to f5. Well, there is a runaway pawn. That's a passer.
Well,
c4.
c4, c5, c6. Open up lines.
Exactly. The bishops love open that.
I do feel
position.
you do need to chase away this knight on d7.
It's not that it's doing that. Oh, by the way.
Oh, b6?
I would have been very reluctant to open the invitation for bishop to land on c6, but he did play b6. Maybe still part of the prep.
Bishop b2.
Okay, that prevents any knight. So if I was playing for bishop a4, maybe the knight on d4 would cut me off. In this case, taking it under control, and bishop c2 on the agenda.
Yeah, and I like how Maxime is playing at tempo.
Yes.
He doesn't stop, because I was just checking the engine, and this is all the engine's top moves. f6.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, even in blitz, these guys are super accurate. I like the idea of f6. I'm just wondering how solid it is. It strikes me as a bit fragile because, again, I'm thinking bishop c2 and rook takes g7 on white's agenda. G6,
G6.
okay. So I can plant a rook on e6. I can go bishop to c2. Bishop c2 with the idea of taking and rook to g7. Now I'm shifting. Now I'm beginning to like white's position. Very much, actually. The more I'm looking at this, how is Fabi going to meet bishop c2?
Rook h1 played with the idea of bishop c2 coming the next move.
Okay, that's a bit confusing.
Or rook to d6. It's a bishop c2 is played with the idea that bishop takes g6 is in the air, right?
Okay.
I also like rook d6, rook e6.
The problem for me is I thought the rook was pretty good on g1 and that maybe bishop c2 would chase the knight away, but okay.
The rook can't move from h8, and that's annoying. You kind of want to put it on f7 so that it can defend all the points
that
could potentially be under target,
This rook is not playing, so I start to think about moves like b5, but I also I really don't want to see bishop takes f6 check landing on the board with a check. So I would find myself drawn to king c8 and maybe king to b7. That way I get my rooks connected.
I'm drawn to castling kingside. It's illegal.
It's illegal, but boy, that'd be a good move. Some Fischer random games, you know, you castle, your king literally goes across the entire board on a castle. So it looks so peculiar. Okay, clock times on this one?
Okay, they are getting significant because Maxime has just under 4 minutes on the clock, whereas Fabiano is 1 minute and 45 seconds and is ticking down. Rook e6 played, big threat on the board of taking on f6.
I'm gonna
run. I agree with you. Run.
Go ahead and take the pawn. King c8, bishop f6, knight f6, rook f6, king b7. Material equality, but I feel like the
h5.
Whoa!
What is this all about?
H5. Okay, that weakens g6 and makes bishop f6 a lot more attractive suddenly. For a moment there, I thought the pawn on h7 was actually good. h5. That's really a challenge. Bishop a3.
Well, that is a challenge to the knight. It has to move.
Well, you didn't want the pawn on f6. You want the pawn on c7? That's peculiar.
Yeah, well, then you get a passed pawn on d5. And it's not about the quantity, it's always about the quality.
Of the pawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, now,
I'm really not sure.
A minute, Yasser.
Oh, it's going. I'm telling you, when you're playing blitz chess, the clock goes by faster than usual. Okay, rook to e8. Good move. Goodish move.
Well, does it do anything? I mean, are you threatening rook takes rook?
I think I am. And knight c5. Rook takes and knight c5. And just, you know.
Hang in there. Because I was thinking rook g1. But
rook g1?
I can see rook takes rook and then knight f8 doing the business there.
Exactly. But this king, it needs, it's trapped. So the trade of rooks gives black control over the e file, and the king can go to e7 or e8. So I'm warming up to rook e8. I wasn't really sure about it a moment ago, but now I feel better.
And there we
takes.
Takes.
Here we go.
And now the king parks itself on f7, f5. What a move.
Okay, but I can at least, with my knight, I've got good squares, good outposts for my knight. I'm not worried about the move bishop b5 for the moment.
He takes it. That's a brave man.
Indeed.
I loved your move knight c5. You know, close your eyes and see what's happening on the king side. Yeah.
Okay, he's taken, and now, I think we take on e8 and h5 or h5 immediately.
Could you go bishop d1 and try to be all fancy about things?
Yes, bishop to d1. I like this move, actually. I like this move best of those moves. Rook to c6. This is good play by MVL.
Rook c8 challenging in that rook.
We
Again,
have bishop
Fabi.
a4. Bishop a4.
Oh, we see a trade.
And he's taken the pawn back.
But now you can
He's
go
still got
knight
an
to-
initiative.
Knight to e5. Go for the c4 pawn.
Yeah, I think that's enough for equality, actually. Knight e5, good move. Good move. That should equalize the game.
Yeah.
The
And
draw
it
feels
comes
kind
in
of-
time as well, because when
What
you
is the
look
clock
at the
time?
clock time, Fabi, 40 seconds, Yasser, whereas Maxime has just under 2 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time.
It wasn't easy to navigate these waters by Fabi. He did find some very good defensive reactions, including, as you said, that brave move, g6 takes f5.
And there we see Maxime settling in for a think.
He's frustrated because he played some very intriguing opening prep, got a more or less a promising position, and Fabi's just defended it very well.
And he has to be careful as well, because if he overpresses, Black's king is very active. It could find itself posting up to c5, and then suddenly the pawn on c4.
Well, I'm thinking knight takes and knight to d6. Just in case, we'll see just a few more moves, because they're going down on time, but I've also been told that Nepo has a very intriguing game going on.
Yeah, I can see that there's chaos all around. Alireza Firouzja down to his last seconds. There's so much entertainment to be had. King to d6, rook f4, targeting f5, a decision time, and in comes the king.
You mentioned that the king could go over and blast away on the queen side, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Now, is it time to play d6 check? Should I bail? Try to make a draw, or?
You can take the pawn
I can.
on f6. Okay, and there we see the players trading into rook and pawn endgame. Dirty in second.
Yeah. He's keeping his chances for passer alive. a5, b5. Let's go. Rook d8.
No, he takes the pawn.
Oh, because he's got rook check. That was clever by Fabi there.
And, well, Maxime advancing the f-pawn.
Yeah,
But,
I think it's a draw.
A very simple draw.
Shall we go to the game of Levon? Wesley, sorry.
Nepomniachtchi.
Nepo. Yes, at the very top. Yeah. Yep, we're jumping. Whoa, crazy game. Ivan Saric, two formidable bit. He blundered a rook. He left his rook on c1 hanging.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Okay, let's quickly move on to the game between Firouzja and Gukesh. Firouzja on seconds.
Look, whoa. This is another one of those who has the greater nerves.
Both players. No time. Queen moves to move. Oi.
Oh, bishop c4 is on Alireza's agenda. You can play bishop c4. That might be a winning move.
He takes... No, the players just have to rely on their instincts here.
Why did he take on g5? Not sure, but okay.
Rook F1. It's a nice
Knight
move.
e4. The knight, how much time? Seconds?
With 1 second. Yeah, so crazy. And now the F-pawn drops and... What's happening there?
It should be... Whoa, what a... Just in time.
And now the rook comes down.
Okay, we've got rook g3 on the agenda.
Now rook h1 is in the air. He throws a check.
And look, king f4. Of course you march your king all the way up the board.
Just what you want to do
Just
when you
what
have
you want to do.
seconds left. Oh, now h5. Queen takes h5.
What a trick. h4 was... We can take on g6 and bail out, which is...
But he could have taken that with the queen.
Oh, the queen's hanging. Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness.
It was a fork. Oh, my gosh.
I don't know what's happening here, Yasser.
I think they're going to make a draw, rook and knight versus... Yeah, it's just going to be a draw.
Oi.
Wow.
Wow.
What a conclusion.
In the live round of applause.
Wow. I survived.
Yeah.
I need a t-shirt. I was watching the Zagreb Rapid Blitz and I survived.
We are going to go to Croatia, where we have Anastasiya with a very special guest.
Towards that camera and then just look to your mom when you need to, okay?
Well,
Okay, here we are already live. And actually, guys, it's a very, very important and special moment for me because my daughter has just arrived to Zagreb. My daughter Nicole is here. She's not so tall. She's just standing on the back, just for you to know. She's 8 years old, and I'm so happy that she had this chance and the opportunity to come for GCT tournament. Nicole, hello. Welcome to GCT tournament. Nice to see you here. Hello to everyone. Say hello.
Hello.
Are you happy to be here with your mom?
Yes, I'm happy.
Yes, me too. I'm also so happy. Are you playing chess? Just tell to everyone. Do you know how to play chess?
Yes, I play chess very well.
Yes, this we know. And did you have chance to go there and see the games a little bit? Did you go there?
Yes,
yes.
I go.
Do you know any of these chess players who are playing right now in the playing hall?
Yes, Gukesh,
okay.
Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano, and Wesley.
Wow, that's a great number of players. And did you want also Magnus to come? I know that, but unfortunately he's not here this time. But next time, yes? Next time. So my couple of questions more, and we go back. Who do you think will win the tournament? Who do you want to win the tournament?
Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano.
Wow, that's a great choice. And my very last question: who is your favorite commentator?
Anastasiya Karlovich.
Who is it?
My mom.
And you're my favorite chess player and my favorite daughter. Thank you so much. And it's time to go back to the studio. Thank you guys for this great opportunity. I'm so happy to be here with my daughter.
That was a trick question. Your favorite commentator. You better know the answer if you're her daughter. Miro, another crazy round.
What crazy round?
What results? Amazing.
People blundering rooks. Yes. People blundering rooks.
Yeah, we just saw Nepo.
It's incredible. Heartbreaking.
Right.
But also people play some quality chess. People prepare for the games. And this is Wesley saw against Vidit. Interestingly enough, and we've seen it many, many times, Gioco Piano, any possible moves order, very easy to get confused. And I think it might have been that Wesley, in fact, deliberately went here to get Vidit confused. Because with all the possible combinations of moves like bishop a7, a5 early, a5 late, h6, g5 before castle and so on, this happens to be the only one which in fact does not work. Interestingly, there is one game in the database after g5 and white played bishop g3. So it turns out that a very standard sacrifice, which we've seen, I think, during the rapid portion, in somewhat similar situation, in this particular case, works much better because of white's not castle short, and instead he goes knight f1 and knight, well, actually, according to computer, it's a mistake, but white is still much, much better. Yeah. Anyway, so it ended up being an endgame with 2 pawns up. Black had no option but to return the piece, and Wesley, not in the most straightforward manner, but eventually managed to win. Yeah, and then we've seen, of course, all the other games. Like Fabi's game was crazy. Everything. Can't believe there were so many draws. In fact, can't believe there were so many draws. Like everything looked winning.
And let's see how that affected the standings. It was a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So Fabiano moves to 19.5 points. Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja, they're on 15. A much needed bounce back win there for Wesley. And let's go to Croatia with more of the action.
Lots of games indeed that were supposed to be decisive, in fact, finished in a draw. And this was another one of them, Alireza and Gukesh. You were having a lot of fun, Anastasia. I didn't have a lot of chance to analyze this game, but let's take a look at what happened. After queen to a7, it does seem like Alireza was on his path to another victory.
Yes.
2 bishops, 1 extra pawn, why not, right? b5, rook to e4, and let's see where things went wrong for him. Rook to e6, queen c5, let's push the pawn at some point, right? Wait a minute. Queen takes b5. What happened here? So
yes,
this
he
was
just missed the pawn.
This
here.
was a big mistake.
That's
why would you do that?
You could see his face. He was so disappointed at the end of that game.
Yes,
you could see
similar
that.
to his game against MVO.
Exactly, yes.
Missed opportunity. b6, the very simple move b6, just push the pawn, attack the rook. You cannot go rook to c6 because of bishop
and
to
then
d5.
bishop d5. Maybe he mixed the moves. Maybe he thought...
Sometimes it happens,
yes,
right?
With seconds on your clock, yes, it
So
can
missed
happen.
opportunity there. And after bishop takes f7, I have to say, now it's starting to feel like black is on the offensive, right? Despite of the fact that I'm still a pawn down. This knight potentially coming to f5, the rook coupled with the action of the queen as well. It's looking dangerous for white. Look at this king. King h4, check, 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 a bunch of checks. Now black is a piece up, but that's not enough, obviously.
No pawns in this game.
Limited material. What game were you watching in between interviews?
Exactly.
Anastasia?
I was checking the game of Ivan against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Believe me, it was such an exciting game, unbelievable. You cannot imagine. Let me start from the moment which attracted my attention, of course, of knight f6. This was the, I think, key moment. You can see that the computer goes crazy. He says black is winning, and for the reason, because after that, black would just play move g6, and where is the whole attack?
That's
where is it going?
Knight f6, by
yeah,
the way.
of course, still there are some threats with queen h6, but black also has some ideas,
yes.
And knight f6 is coming, so it's not that easy for white to continue the attack. Instead of it, Jan decided to go for queen b3, and look what happened after. I mean, something unbelievable. After the king h8, white just took on h7, given
That's a
the
nice
whole
move.
rook. After bishop f5, king h8, the
bishop
only
a7.
yes, this
Wow.
bishop a7 with the idea queen h6, queen g7 checkmate. Beautiful idea. You cannot take the bishop because it's just a checkmate after that.
And could
So,
we understand why not, let's say, bishop c5?
I don't know.
Right?
This is two difficult questions.
I
but
think bishop to d3. That's an extra check, and if you take with the bishop,
Now black
it can
is-
go queen a2,
yes,
and that's
rook
why you
c5.
want to have the
no,
bishop
but this
on
is
a7.
a very beautiful bishop a7
Amazing
move.
move.
Amazing move. I mean,
Amazing move.
in a blitz game, such a beauty. Okay, bishop a7 is something really beautiful. So that's why Jan took this rook on d1, at least protecting against this checkmate threat. But okay, position was still very hard for black. Look at the king on h8, and okay, without queen, it's a little bit difficult, you know, to play the game. So after that, Ivan played very well, and he managed to win that one. And happily for what all chess fans in Croatia, he beat one of the top chess players in the world.
He was getting very close to beating Fabiano.
He's I remember
in good
that.
shape.
Yes,
He's putting together good performances.
No. He's here, of course, definitely not for a walk. I mean, Ivan, what I can tell you that even if he's losing some games, of course, it's really hard for him sometimes, but he's fighting in every and each game. That's very important skill you need to have to play against these top guns.
And this is a great game to gain some motivation as well, and some inspiration also.
Yes, exactly.
Guys, for the moment, back to you in the studio. We'll start the penultimate round in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasia. It's been a very, very eventful day. And once again, just let's take a look at those
Wins are happening
standings.
left, right, and centre. Chaotic positions.
I
so let's
am a
remind
leaf
ourselves.
in this
Yes.
hurricane.
And there you can see it was a draw for Fabiano Caruana, so he moves to 19.5 points.
Still 4.5 points clear of the field.
Right, Wesley, so Alireza, Firouzja, they are gaining some ground somewhat because they're moving up the standings. 15 points. Jan Nepomniachtchi, with that loss, remains with 14.5 points. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave moves to 14.5 points.
What a loss it was, because had he won against the tail-ender Saric, he would be in clear second. Tell us about the pairings for this penultimate round and our marquee matchups.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi will have to reset. He's got the white pieces against Levon, Aronian. Fabiano Caruana, the tournament leader, plays Anish, Giri. Gukesh will have the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Vidit, Gujrathi plays Alireza, Firouzja. And Evgenij Saric plays Wesley So.
What's our marquee matchup? Ladies' choice.
It's the top one.
Top
Jan
one.
Nepomniachtchi, Levon, Aronian.
Okay, by popular demand from the fans. Miro, help me out here. I'm struggling
to put it into words.
Yeah,
if you're struggling,
right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Something that I would not expect particularly, because there is an expectation. These are the best players of all time. So it has to be very logical. If one guy has the advantage, he's supposed to win, or maybe the other guy miraculously escape. And then you have this back and forth. I'm a rook up, but then you're a rook up.
And then you've got 3 seconds on the clock.
Crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
It's clicking.
The tension.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel it. I feel it very, very much. I'm wondering how the players are doing it. But one player who's doing great is our tournament leader. He's maintaining the lead. He's 4.5 points clear of his closest rival. And if nobody tags him in these last 2 rounds, tomorrow it's going to be a coronation. He'll just draw his way to first. I mean, come on, Fabi is
9 games tomorrow
with a 4.5 point
and
lead.
if he manages to get it with 5 points, I mean, it just feels like it's a business time.
Right.
There you can see the standings. For Wesley, so Alireza, Firouzja, Nepomniachtchi, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, they need to start winning and they need to start hoping that Fabi runs out of steam.
Absolutely.
And this would actually be 2 years in a row for Fabiano. He won Bucharest.
Not in Croatia.
Not
Remember,
in Croatia, yeah.
Croatia, he was leading.
I think I was being fed some fake news.
And then comes Magnus right from behind in the Blitz. Usually the player who leads in the Rapids wins the tournament, but Croatia has been the event that fails to follow that
Yes, but Magnus is
theme.
no longer in the equation.
That's
So
the diff. That is the diff.
We will see whether that rule is broken for the first time. And do remember that tomorrow's action begins 1 hour earlier.
Right.
Because if there is playoffs, we will need that extra hour.
That's right, for the ceremony. TPR, let's just talk about the tournament performance rating for a moment here of Fabiano. He scored a total of 15 points out of 18. And that was simply extraordinary. And if you think about the over-the-board blitz tournaments, the last 5, our statistician, Ben Underwood, has told us who stands out.
It's Alireza Firouzja who has the best performance, 28.74. And then we have Nepomniachtchi and then Fabiano Caruana just under 2,800.
Therefore, is there any coincidence that Firouzja, Nepo, and Fabi are coming up in the Blitz?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And of course, with that 15 points out of 18 from the Rapid,
huge.
Fabi, with those 6 victories, 3 draws, he nearly netted 40 rating points. So he moves to number 2 in the world in Rapid chess.
Wow.
Well,
TPR in his Rapid chess was 29.77. What do we mean? His tournament performance rating in the Rapids has just simply been outstanding, as we see the players taking
their places.
And early arrivals. And I'm looking. I can't believe my eyes. Am I seeing Nepo arriving early? He always strikes me as that he used to be one of the late arrivals, along with Magnus. Magnus could always be seen coming to the hall like...
He's shaking his head. He's thinking about his previous loss. He
to
needs to get over
Saric.
That
Because
ASAP.
he knows that loss was absolutely huge. Because he could have been in clear second by a half a point, and he's berating himself. I certainly wouldn't want to be his taskmaster.
Some people have this kind of calm aura about them. They just sit in the chair.
And
they
some people
visualize
don't.
the future.
This is not Buddha.
Yeah, this is an angry person.
Very. By the way, Garry Kasparov, after losing a game, he would come into the playing hall charging like, who's my next opponent? I am going to tear them in, limb from limb.
But you also get the same with Magnus. Like, he loses
He's not
his
as
games.
expressive.
No, he's certainly not as expressive. But over the board,
Oh, he's determined.
he absolutely
No question.
is raging to get that point. And there we see Levon Aronian in yellow walk to his board, where this is our marquee matchup. Jan
There's a
Nepomniachtchi against
reason
Levon Aronian. And we want to know, will Jan bounce back from that loss?
Levon came and he had a slightly wry smile as he sat down because he knows Jan very well, and he knows when you want to play Jan is after a loss, where Jan is sitting there shouting at himself, "How could I be such an idiot?" And Levon looking to take advantage of an opportunity.
We're beginning.
Let's go.
E4.
And just the fact that Levon played a Sicilian is indicating that he thinks, whoa, 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 whoa,
I know.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
What is
whoa,
this
whoa.
we're seeing? Sozin.
No, there's a knight takes e4, but there must be a good reason why. Bishop c4 followed by bishop d3. This is really an opening circus, I must say. I have no idea what Jan is doing. And this is, again, when he gets, how do you say, tilted, I think is the right expression. He can do some strange things in the opening. Now the move c4, it's kind of settling down. Knight to c3 and going into a kind of a bind.
It's quite funny because as the players keep making their moves,
Yep.
I see more and more games appearing on the database. So they've transposed into a more popular line, yeah.
Really? So bishop to c4, followed by bishop back to d3. That's all been seen before. That's
No,
just
that particular move order hadn't been seen before. So for a while, no games. But then, you know, they transposed into...
crazy. Bishop e6. So I think that Levon is ready, or at least is readying his break d5. So normally speaking, you would like to get the rooks to the d and e file as quickly as possible. So you want to get the queen out of the way. I'm thinking queen a4. But I would have played queen a4. If I wanted to play queen a4, I would have done it before playing
Right.
bishop e3.
Well, the games I have in my database,
How did they go?
they go mainly queen e2.
Queen e2. Okay.
Queen c2 is another alternative, and queen
guess what?
a4, queen e2 played.
We have queen e2. So the ideas are very straightforward. You want to bring your rooks quickly into the center, c file and d file. And it is about this backward pawn on d6, which is why I was readying the break d5.
Mm-hmm.
a5.
A5, yep, been played before.
Wow, we're still in theory.
Of one game.
Of one game. Okay, but eventually we will get to a stage where we'll have a novelty. But so far, it's all standard.
Mm-hmm. And there we see Jan. He's so quick. He's got 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
Queen to b8
Levon,
by Levon.
just under 4 minutes.
So Levon wants to play rook to d1, but pardon me, rook to d8 and d5, but he's certainly doing it on his terms. He hasn't rushed, but there is a problem. Sometimes you delay your break for such a long period of time, you never get it in. You delay, and then suddenly you don't get a chance.
Then you get squashed.
You get squished.
Rook to d8.
Rook to d8.
Rook c1. Is it now or never, Yasser? Knight
Still
d7.
never. Still never. Knight to d7. Okay.
Maybe now bishop b1 or something.
Bishop b1's attractive. Also looking at knight to d5. So this is very common in Sicilians, that the bishop doesn't have a...
Well, what about this? Queen d2, potentially eyeing up the pawn on h6. And maybe with your idea of knight to d5.
Yeah.
Now,
Knight to c5. So if I was playing against Michael Tull and I saw the move queen d2, I'd panic and play king h7.
I think I would go bishop f8 and go,
No, don't sacrifice. Bishop stop. Okay.
Oh, hang on a second.
Queen b4. Levon is taking command over some very important dark squares.
Queen c2.
I have a feeling Levon is outplaying.
And what's the response after a4?
There is bishop takes c5. And that is a peshki, because I definitely do not want to see a4 and ab3. Oh, good move.
Bishop g5, trading off.
That secures the knight.
Yeah, and now a4 is a massive idea in the position.
Agreed. Also, the bishop on e3 was the protector, if you will, of the d4 square. I know it looks ugly, but bishop takes e3 and bishop to g4? I mean, this bishop on, I'm afraid this bishop on e2 is so passive.
And what about if you just forget about the queen side and say black has won the battle, and there I was going to suggest bishop takes bishop and then back it up with, I don't know, queen d2 and bishop g4. And rook b1 played.
Rook b1 is a clear, it's clearly aimed at preventing a4, because then b3 takes a4, I win a pawn with the tempo and I'm okay.
But still, you know, white does have that plan of switching over to the king side. a4 anyhow. Wow.
Okay, Levon is being very, very insistent. So
he had to, because
so his
ba, queen steps back to a5. I was expecting the queen to actually come forward, but maybe she could have been in a spot of bother.
Queen c1 tickling the g5 pawn.
Exactly. Don't forget about the other direction. f6.
Well, the problem with f6 is when you play knight takes a4, the rook is going to land on the 7th rank. You're just a little bit...
Yeah, but how are you going to defend the pawn? He says no defense.
I'm not defending the pawn. I'm trading it for the a2 pawn. Queen takes g5, queen takes a2, and I'd rather have the pawn on f7 than f6.
I don't know, I'm worried about the king. The black king is completely alone. So rook b2 played.
Rook b2.
Still worried about the black king, Yasser. If you don't want to go f6, there's a pawn on g5.
Yeah, I'm thinking queen a3, just to keep an eye on the b2.
And then rook d3. Rook queen a3 played.
He's done it.
Rook d3, kicking the queen.
Queen to c5.
Yep.
The game's, it feels very, very tense moment. Queen c5, queen takes g5, and maybe Levon's gamble is a little bit too provocative because the rook is going to swing to g3.
Well, queen a5 played.
Well, give me the pawn.
I will take the pawn, thank you very much, if I
And
wait.
there is queen e1 check.
King h2, okay,
And
he does.
does it. I'm
and you
nervous
cannot
if
take on c4 because the rook will swing over to g3, threatening both the bishop and checkmate on g7.
By the way,
And it is coming.
I was thinking bishop f1, bishop takes c4, rook to g3, queen. I'm sacrificing a bishop, but boy, that sure looked like a strong attack. Queen takes f2, what else? Queen takes f2, rook g3.
Rook f3 first.
Rook f3 first, kicking me.
Yes.
Ooh, that's
and
a
then
good...
rook g3.
That's a brilliant intermezzo. I thought queen f2, rook f3, pardon me, rook g3, I would patrol the f-file, but rook f3 kicks me away.
And now Levon under 50 seconds.
Nepo attack, kingside attack came out of nowhere. I think Levon is ruining the moment that he allowed
Okay.
queen takes g5.
Oh,
rook,
now I'm
rook
kind
g3.
of also attracted to rook g3. Rook b7 moves as well.
Because d8 is hanging with
Rook
the tempo.
g3, g6 played, had to defend against checkmate. And just to keep you updated, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wins again.
And Via won
against Gukesh.
Bishop h5. Bishop h5 looks like it could be lights out. d8 is hanging with a check in case you take on b2.
Yep.
Which is why I find the move bishop. Queen takes e4.
Well, bishop h5 play, queen takes e4.
Okay, bishop
But can you
takes
not take?
g6.
Take bishop takes g6 and then
Yeah.
rook takes rook.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And there you can see from the camera that
Rook E2. What? Queen F5.
And it's been giving a
Queen F5.
double question mark.
Oh, a
my
terrible move. Rook E2? No. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That just blunders the game.
Wow. The
What a
surprises
stunner.
keep happening. And the
Rook
queen,
D7
Rook
is
D7.
trapped. Oh,
you take
no.
it.
Now the attack is completely over. Queen
And
takes.
the pawn on C4 is falling. Everything goes.
Blunder galore. Oh my goodness, Bishop D5. Yeah, this is winning. Completely winning.
All you have to do
If
is
you don't-
pile up on the A pawn, but
The-
what a missed opportunity.
For me, this game is over. If you don't mind, I'm just going to check in on Fabi and Anish Giri, just to make sure that our tournament leader hasn't done anything as untoward as what we just saw. Wait a minute. There's a threat of mate. Anish is down in exchange, 19 seconds.
17 seconds.
Oh, excuse me. Queen H3, I threaten mate.
Yeah. Okay, well, the
He's
H
taking a
pawn has
pawn.
fallen.
Fabi's king is on the walk. He's on the march.
Throws a check.
And if you go to F2, the knight can join with a check. So you have to go to E2. What's going on, Jovi?
King is going to go walksies. And queen takes B2.
The quiet move.
Right.
By the way, how many pawns for the
There's
exchange?
a lot of pawns.
This is winning. This is winning.
2 pawns.
What?
And a knight for the rook.
Exactly. But it's this king exposed as well. And, okay, 11 seconds.
Queen B1 check.
Rook.
Drops the rook back.
Rook drops back.
The
Check.
hesitation there. Queen F1.
Yeah. The knight just needs a great Incr square where, okay, we
You know,
can
we could be seeing a turnaround here as well.
Knight F5 threatening, knight takes G3. That's lights out, right?
But maybe it's now time for Fabi to start giving some checks. Queen E5 centralizing.
Whoa, so the clock time. It's all knight takes G3?
He's on seconds, yes.
No, he doesn't go for it. What?
Both players. Okay, be careful. Do not block that check with your rook. Instead, he moves his king to the center.
Uh-oh, I see a repetition about to occur. Unless, no, you can't play king E4. Rook, he's playing for the win, is Fabi. I thought it was Anish playing for the win.
Oh, he's got to be careful. You cannot allow the knights to get into the action with check.
Exactly.
Anish, seconds left. What's he going to do? And oh, no.
Knight
his
takes E3 check.
Yes.
You just said you can't allow the knight to get into the game with check.
He doesn't play it.
He didn't play it. Oh, knight to G7. And suddenly the game spins again. Oh, he could have played king H7 there, by the way.
Okay,
And,
now...
okay, it's a draw as Black's king and knight make an easy fortress.
Yeah, but now
The knight...
the position is clarified a lot.
Truly. F6 check and knight F5. Who's playing?
But the knight isn't on a great circuit there. Knight F5.
The G3? No, you do have king F3. Okay. Yeah, and again, in these positions, put your knight on an anchored square. In this case, G4. Put your knight on G4, and it can swing to E5 as needed.
And also, when it comes to the king and rook, you've got to place them as far away as
Yeah.
humanly possible so that there's no forks. Whoa. And there you see knight to E5.
Perfect. That's the setup you want.
Maybe Anish is going to go for the win.
Maybe.
Advancing his king.
He's got such a solid position that he starts to think that, well, maybe I can play.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not it. Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
So rook h6 now, h4, and let's make a draw.
Yeah. And Levon, by the way, did win the game against Nepomniachtchi. So much needed point there for Aronian and more heartbreak for Jan.
Yes.
And, well, the players...
They're going to be making their 50 moves.
And there we see it is a draw between Fabiano, Caruana and Anish, Giri.
What games do we have
Okay,
left?
we have Vidit against Firouzja. Let's see what's happening on the board. Oh, and we just caught in with a handshake. What happened?
Vidit won.
Ooh.
He knocks out Firouzja from the top. Wow.
Wow.
And that's the round? That's the end of the round?
Yes.
I see we had 2 draws.
Yeah.
Wow, our penultimate round sure
Well,
had some fireworks.
Yeah, we did, but we also saw the leaders. Alireza and
Wobble.
Firouzja, they wobbled, and that means that
Nepo,
Fabiano is extending his lead.
he drew.
Yes, he's now on to 20.
Yeah, and
But
Miro,
let's,
where
go
did
over.
what action did we miss?
What was the action?
Yeah.
Where was the action? Everywhere.
Everywhere again. MVL.
Yeah, MVL wins against Gukesh in a very easy way, and that will be an exception where, despite a very short format, I can show the full game.
Ooh.
So bishop d6, known. London system, and bishop d6 is one of the moves. Changed f4 is white's attempt to get an advantage to control the center. So what happens, cd4, cd4, bishop d7 was played, as was h7, h6. And this is a clever move that MVL has prepared. So fast forward here, rook c8, computer approved complex position, and then Gukesh goes h4, which apparently isn't great, but still playable. And in a couple of moves over here, that was a critical moment because queen e5 looks like you attack the knight and you exchange the queens. If you, well, manage to exchange the queens, you're actually kind of happy, right? So pawns on light squares, passive black bishop, but it turns out black has a very nice tactical refutation. So queen c3, double attack, the rook and the bishop, king e2 is what Gukesh was hoping for, and then quite an unusual pattern, I would say. So knight goes to g4, so far nothing unusual. Queen takes knight f5, and the threat is to go back. So this is what's unusual. So when I've seen computer kind of showing this line, I couldn't believe it, because there isn't even like a strong threat. Well, it's hard to tell, like even if black's the middle. Yeah, well, knight f6. Apart from knight f6, black doesn't even have that many threats, and yet computer's best choice is to give the queen for the knight, which gives you an idea how terrible the position is. So knight to e5, knight d4 resigns. You have to go to the first rank. The rook is taken with the check. The bishop, everything
collapses.
So very unlucky game for Gukesh, I'd say. And yeah, well, MVL is back in the race. I'm afraid it's a race for the second place, though.
Let's take a look at that race for the second place, because the standings are going to reveal that one Fabiano.
He's on 20 points, still nursing a 4.5-point lead over Wesley. So Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave. There we see Alireza there with 15 points. And so fourth place, Nepomniachtchi with that loss. And with that win for Levon Aronian, they are now both on 14.5 points. 4.5-point lead seems insurmountable, though.
It does at the moment. And, well, we'll keep an eye as we're coming up on our 9th and final round. We're going to go to Zagreb and get the view from the playing hall.
And we're going to analyze that game between Fabiano and Anish in just a second, but I'll give you a heads up. It was a very well played game. But one that was extremely exciting was this one that you were having your eyes on, Anastasia. Tell us a bit about Vidit versus Alireza.
Yes, I think, guys, they caught the end of that game. It was
maybe the last couple
crazy.
of seconds.
Yes, it was really crazy game. I mean, starting, I just want to show you from the middle game. At this moment, I think White already is thinking maybe to push sometimes f5. So Black decided not to play with these games and play played f5 himself. And after that, this kind of bishop g4, knight c5, and a3 move, hoping to play b4. So black played this knight e4, trying to exchange a couple of pieces. So it was like a long game, and I think Vidit had really great chances, double age, they exchanged a lot of pieces at a certain point. It was really unclear for me at one point, who is playing, who win. After all these pawns left the board on the queen side,
it looks
it
pretty
seemed
equal,
like
right?
Pretty equal, and yes, and I felt that actually black is better at certain
points. You have the pass pawn, the d pass pawn,
d5, d4 coming exactly, and that's what I thought. But no, it didn't go that way. Suddenly, white started to push his pawns, while black actually it was not that easy to push this pawn forward. And look what happened. You caught the end, but all these pawns, they suddenly came there.
Coming. Yes,
they're coming.
The pawns are coming.
And you know what can happen in this case? The king became very passive. Black's king became very passive at this moment, and white's king wants to penetrate, he wants to go there, and maybe even to participate in that party. And then this is what happened after playing around for a long time. Of course, players didn't have much time at this moment. This is what happened, and Vidit managed to win that one, which is really important for him. Every point is really important before the last day of Blitz.
And Alireza was not happy.
No, not
at
all.
No. He knew that he had a very decent position, right? He shouldn't have lost this one.
And he could have made a draw probably here, but still, for sure, he shouldn't allow those pawns to go so far away.
Yeah, once that pawn landed on g6,
yes,
that's a huge problem, right?
It was really hard.
And of course, a game that I was very surprised that you guys didn't follow was Fabiano versus Anish. You caught the last few moments of that. It was a very well-played game. From beginning to the end, as we can see, the pendulum didn't swing in any direction, I have to say. Rook to c1, knight to c4, queen to e6, and at least right now it looks like perhaps white is slightly better because you have the two bishops. But black, in return, despite the fact that you have these double pawns, you have the very important square d4 for the knight. And you're going to exchange the light square bishop, as we will see. Rook to e8, knight comes to d6, in fact, and then perhaps to b5 and d4, or to e4 as well. This knight is a very useful knight. Not only that, it gets ready to attack via e4, but also potentially defends the king side, right? It's very important to keep an eye.
Because this king is kind of...
next to the king, yes. Once you play this move g5, of course. Good sacrifice, well-timed exchange sacrifice. With rook takes e3, you have plenty of compensation. And you're forcing this position in which, to be honest, I was watching this, and Fabiano was... He always tries to win. He always tries to keep the game going.
Yes.
But I felt like Anish had the better chances to potentially win this one.
So he could just force a draw, right? Repeating the moves, yes? Here, maybe with the king of one, king of two, something like that. But he decided to play.
He wanted to play on, but a very dangerous decision. And I have to say, at this point, queen to c4, queen to b4, king to c1, it felt like, despite the fact that you're in exchange up for a pawn, your king is still very weak. My knight on f5 attacking both pawns could, at some point, combine with the queen to capture the pawn on e3, and that's exactly what he did. But he decided against it. Knight takes e3, maybe the last chance to imbalance the position.
Yes.
The problem is that after king to e2, knight to g4, you have to contend with all sorts of checks,
yes, because
right?
It can be checkmate even.
And perhaps
I don't know.
you don't have enough time to calculate this.
At this moment.
I don't think you want to take this. I don't think you want to take this because
queen
of queen to e7. Very nicely spotted,
queen d8,
by the way. Yes.
Wow.
He didn't take that, and they entered this endgame, which was a very easy draw for Anish, and you guys caught the end of that. Very balanced game, but right now, for the moment, Fabiano is running away with the event.
I don't know, 5.
Thank you.
How many points already?
4.5.
4.5, yes.
4.5.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasia. I was a little surprised that Anish didn't try to take his chances and play knight takes e3 check in that game you were just showing. But again, refresh our standings as we have one round remaining.
One round remaining for the day. Fabiano Caruana there on 20 points, nursing a 4.5 point lead over both Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. They're on 15.5. Alireza is there in 15 points, and then Nepomniachtchi, Levon, Aronian 14.5 points. So let's take a look for the pairings for our final round. And there you can see Wesley So against Nepomniachtchi. Alireza Firouzja plays white against Saric. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has white against Vidit Gujrathi. Anish Giri plays white against Gukesh. And this is going to be our marquee matchup. Levon Aronian against Fabiano Caruana.
Oh, yeah, we're looking forward to that. Wesley, Jan, a little bit weird that Jan is slipping away.
Yes, but do remember that tomorrow's action begins 1 hour earlier. It is to make time for a playoff if they are necessary. And at the minute, it looks like they are most certainly not going to be necessary. A player. Because Fabiano, 4.5 point lead over his closest rivals.
It has been impressive. And you do see these moments where the players play so properly, so correctly, so well. Mm-hmm. And then, it's just sort of like 1-2 moments, they lose it in a single move.
It's been a long tournament. It's a lot of games, right?
It has, Miro.
Even sometimes when we think that was a smooth win, like you guys went and Levon lost. Yeah, Levon won his game against Nepomniachtchi, and it shifted a couple of times after this point.
The pendulum.
Everything is changing. It's so hard, in fact.
Right.
Like there is pressure. You're getting tired. Fatigue kicks in.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't blame them.
But I saw a tilt just now by Jan. I mean, it was like.
The opening line, you mean?
Yeah, well, he lost back-to-back games, but this game he just lost.
Right.
Was very peculiar. It was almost like he's frustrated, he's angry.
Yes, right. I mean, somehow at the critical moments he tried to play it safe when he needed to roll the dice. But we're coming to the close of this particular event, but there's a lot more Grand Chess Tour events coming soon because the chess crosses the pond, as we say in the UK, and moves over to St. Louis. And in August, it's going to be the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, closely followed by the closing event, the crescendo of the whole Grand Chess Tour, the Sinkfield Cup. That one is going to be absolutely intense.
Welcome,
as we find out who is going to be the Grand Chess Tour winner of 2024.
Will it be Fabi or?
Well, we'll find out.
And of course, next week.
I know you're going to be
National
kept on your
championships.
toes.
I know,
Yes.
no rest for the wicked. I mean, look at me. I will have the girls, the juniors, and the seniors welcoming the legends and the promising talents of the future. That'll all start
next week.
Tuesday, I think. We have the opening ceremony.
You won't have long to rest, Yasser.
I know. Maybe it's Monday that I have the opening ceremony.
And what are you going to do next, Miro?
Well, flying back home, the other side of the ponds, but then we'll take part in 100 years of FIDE celebration. Not yet sure whom.
Right.
Probably a host. And then Kazakhstan, World Team Rapid and Blitzes.
Right.
So I'm part of the coverage, as far as I understand, with Irina Krush.
Nice.
Along with Irina
Nice.
Krush. Yep.
Nice.
So that's the
What's up
nearest
with
plans.
you? What's your plans,
Yobi is going to relax
No
on
way.
a sun lounger.
Oh,
and
stop
put
it.
my sunglasses on and enjoy life.
Oh, my
I'm
goodness.
enjoying life a lot, and these guys are all to blame for that one because they are keeping us on our toes and entertained with their fabulous, exciting brand of chess.
Seriously, I have been on the edge. Following the games of Fabi, Fabi is having a fabulous result in tournament, but I think he's also thinking to himself, how many lives have I expended winning games that I was losing? He's up against Levon Aronian in the final round of today. Levon also has had plenty of thrills and spills. Everybody, it seems, has given up some crucial points.
Yep, and there we did see Alireza Firouzja walk to his board against Evgenij Saric, and there comes the tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana. He'll be looking to finish this day on a high.
Exactly. is the championship of St. Louis
I've noticed
is
that.
on the line.
Yes, I've noticed that Levon is always the last person to arrive to the stage.
Is he? I
Yes.
saw that Nepo was waiting for him, and Levon came to that game against Nepo with a little bit of a smile as Nepo was fuming at the board, waiting.
Yeah.
He was just so angry with what he had done previously. Fabi feeling very good. 4.5 point lead, and if he can just make a smooth draw, he will be thrilled about his chances of success tomorrow.
I mean, even if it's just a 4-point lead.
That's huge.
It's
just
huge, right?
You have to have almost a complete collapse.
And there we're seeing e4, e5 played, bishop c4 from Levon. Levon is one of those who really wants to be chasing him down.
And the bishop's opening, bishop c4, is a kind of indication, okay, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but f2, f4, because you haven't committed your knight on g1 early, it means that you're thinking about the move f4.
Well,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
no
whoa,
more
whoa,
f4
whoa,
for you,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Yasser.
whoa.
Queen f3. And
Queen f3. What is this? This is a completely unexpected approach by Levon. He told us that there's a secret training that he's been doing.
Yes.
And Queen f3.
Well, the bishop promptly gets kicked back and is in danger of being trapped, so that's why a3 was played. And I'm looking at the name of this particular variation in the bishop's opening.
Okay,
The
troll me.
Spielman attack.
Rudolf Spielman?
Yes.
Okay. So he was really one of the great tacticians of the 20s, 30s, 40s, and he would complain that he saw all of Alekhine's or Ilyukhin's combinations, but he couldn't get them on the board himself. He says, I can play this combative chess. I just can't get the darn positions. Knight e2 to g3 to f5, and somehow Levon is working his magic. Queen is actually very, very well placed in this case. You don't want to capture this knight, and after queen takes f3, this bishop on b3 would have been dominant. Mm-hmm. So we're seeing Fabi capture, and Fabi has had to leave this knight on this beautiful square f5.
And now comes the bishop, setting up a pin.
This is beginning to get a little bit uncomfortable, and maybe it's time to go rook e6 and queen f8 just to...
Rook e6 played.
Yeah, just to keep things under wraps. Eventually, we have to move our king.
Yeah,
Here
castles.
we go, castles.
I did wonder whether maybe the king would live in the center for as long as it could get away with it.
Exactly. Well,
Knight to f8.
Knight
and,
to f8.
Okay, what happens next? How does he continue the attack?
Right.
The knight, question mark.
The knight on c3 is not, well, I want to play d4. I want to play d3, d4, but I'm thinking that I should play knight e2 in order to play for d3, d4.
I wondered whether there was any b4 ideas on the board.
Ooh,
decoying
d4.
the queen. Anyway,
Bishop
wasn't chosen.
is
h6.
under questioning the bishop with the move bishop
Where are you going to
go? Probably to e3.
Are you going to maintain the pin? Because it somehow feels that the bishop
Well,
could
I
be...
can't, though. Bishop h4, knight g6.
g6, yeah.
But there was... No.
Well, maybe now b4. Before
Before.
becomes impossible.
Right? Sooner rather than later. Okay.
Okay, now.
We do have ideas of b4 and the pawn on c6. I was actually really angling for d3, d4, when the pawn on c6 was under attack, so that after captures, I would recapture with the knight, forking the rook and the pawn. But Fabi's last move, rook c8, was very well timed just to defend the pawn on c6. What do you like, Jovi? Do you like b4?
I was thinking rook c2. I can't see any way for black to actually challenge white's position. And I'm thinking rook c2, rook c1, and maybe even moves like bishop takes a5 or b4.
Yeah, so I think that's a good idea. Rook c2, bishop to b6, rook to c1, queen d7, just keeping everything guarded and protected, stepping out of the way of b4 in one case, defending a5 in another. I think it's balanced, although time could be a factor. How is that?
Certainly could be. We see Levon Aronian here is now ticked under 2 minutes and 35 seconds, whereas Fabiano Caruana is around about the 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow, that's an extra minute. That could
I
be
know.
very
He puts his
useful.
knight on g3.
Knight to g3. Okay. When I see these, don't ask me why, but I oftentimes see it as a prelude to knight g7, bishop
takes
h6, queen takes f6, right? Okay, the bishop does sidestep b4, does defend a5. I like that move. By the way, also sidesteps d4. King h1.
Okay, this is a nice move. Okay, d5, just forcing the situation.
d5, the bishop on d2 could be a tactical target. d5 takes e4.
Rook c2.
I wanted to suggest rook c2 just to defend the bishop, but you know, I kind of like the king on g1 and bringing. I preferred the doubling of the rooks. Let's put it that way. Rook c2 on the board. I feel, well, the clock times is the bigger.
The position's still full of tension.
It truly is.
Like you feel like if black is the one to capture in the middle of the board, that's going to favor white. And if white blinks, then white is going to be the one in trouble.
Right.
And I do like the fact that Levon has at the back of his pocket ideas of knight takes g7, bishop takes h6.
Yeah, well, what can I say? Who's blinking? Queen to d7, solid move. On a good day, I'd like to park the knight on f4. I'm not exactly sure how I should be doing that. He captures on e4. Okay, that is a very different approach. I didn't see that approach coming, especially when Fabi had played the move bishop to b6, to suddenly put his bishop back in the middle of the board. A surprise.
And now b4.
Oh, another surprise.
Again, I saw the pawn on a5 being a potential weakness.
Exactly, right? So you kind of help in some ways black, but I think Fabi's intention was to play the move c5, and Levon felt it important to stop c5.
Yeah,
now,
if you want to stop it, you've got to double up on the c line.
There is rook d1, bishop e3, rook d1, bishop c3, and here, yeah, so c5. Fabi's insistent. c5. Pause for just a moment here. Oh, I was eyeballing rook to c1, and then in case of c4, b3, and then I would have been interested about that c4 pawn. Rook takes c5 on the board.
And questions, do you just take on c5 or you double? But this allows black to also double rooks as well.
There is a knight takes d4 sighting. Just be a little bit careful that rook to c. You know what I mean.
Because after queen takes knight, bishop e3.
And wait a minute.
I think black is maybe still okay, but you're riding on the edge there.
Right? The tactics could easily favor.
Yeah.
And the clock times again. Sorry to be a
both
bother.
the players are around the 1 minute 20 mark. Levon Aronian slightly edging it on time there, especially as Fabi goes into a big think.
Okay, Fabi had an advantage in the clock and it's just melted away. Takes on c2, takes on c2. Queen d7. And I feel that Levon has somehow gained a slightly upper hand. Knight takes d4. I think this bishop is simply too good. So for me, capturing that and even allowing, well, expecting that a pass pawn
He goes
would
for
be
bishop
the result.
b4. I was wondering whether he might try h4. When in doubt, push the h pawn.
I lose my microphone. Storming offset. Too many h-pawn attacks.
I'm a lost cause here. Okay,
rook to
c6.
c2. Pardon me.
d2.
Rook c6. Rook to. Hold on. There's a check. No. Bishop takes f2. Nope.
Yeah.
The rook on d2 is
Okay,
protected.
now bishop c3.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Put pressure.
On that bishop.
Oh,
So
but hang on a second.
Yes.
There's a pawn on h6.
we've been waiting for
We've
knight
been waiting
g7.
for this moment.
And,
Does it work?
well, bishop is hanging, though.
Yeah, but you've got...
So knight h6 is a definite threat.
Yes.
So knight takes h6. Fabi has to keep an eye. And he
King
did.
h7.
Yeah, exactly.
But hang on a second. Also been given a double question mark.
Really?
Yes, which indicates
So
there's
is there
some
a-
sacrifice.
Oh, no, b3, rook takes
You
c3.
can take on g7. I cheated, Yasser.
Knight takes, king takes?
And then knight f5. Should we quickly put it up on the board?
King h7? What am I missing? Oh, pardon me. There's a bishop hanging on d4.
Mm-hmm.
And then because you're in a
Yep.
pin, after pawn takes, you cannot capture the bishop on... And you're right. Knight takes g7 works. It simply
but it
works.
wasn't found, Yasser. So knight to e2 instead. But okay, this one still feels like white
For choice.
is for choice. But there's pressure against e4.
Well, I'm thinking the pressure against g7, looking at that x-ray of the diagonal, and clock times again.
Oh, critical. 15 seconds for Fabiano, 24 seconds for Levon. Knight takes e4. Coolly calculated that you can grab material.
Can you grab material? So I take on g7. There's a check on c1. There's knight to d2 and
Is
maybe a
that
knight
old
f1.
chestnut?
What's that?
Knight d2 and knight f1. We saw that before. We
Yeah.
saw Fabi do that against Wesley So, and it induced panic. And there you see queen c1, queen c7 check.
G3.
Material is equal.
Woo, knight to g4. Time to centralize the queen. Queen to d4, d5.
Queen
Queen.
f5.
Put your faith in...
But the knights are so crafty. And look, queen c6, knight f3.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why did he...
Oh my God.
Why did he allow knight to come to f3? I thought he was going to go knight to d5.
Isn't there like...
Queen f5?
b4.
b4. What?
In
What
3
is the
seconds.
idea?
Queen takes f7. But surely there's some
What is
discovered
going
checks.
on? Queen to d5. He
He's-
blundered
he's
a piece. No, he's getting it back. No, he should have. No,
He's not.
he's not
running
getting it back. Fabi has done it again.
Wow.
It's unbelievable.
And yeah, you can see the shake of the head from Levon.
Oh my gosh.
It's all about those final seconds.
It truly
You
is.
just have to keep calm. The most
And-
difficult thing in the world.
And the night, yeah.
And
that's
there we
good
see
enough.
handshake. Fabiano
Wow.
ends the day with a win. Wow.
Miracle chess. Let's go to MBL.
Against
and,
Vidit.
Vidit. Oh, by the way, Wesley and Jan is also, we just saw the handshake. So
And another
let's
win
go to
from
Wesley
MBL.
and Jan, as these two players are playing for second place.
Oh, they're fighting hard.
Jan is 2 pawns to the good,
He is.
or a
But no
single
time
pawn.
on the clock.
And Jan, ooh, that is a powerful move.
Oh, but he's lost on time.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something just happened with the clock.
He lost on time.
Well, I'm seeing 0-0 on Wesley's clock. So who lost on time?
No, I think.
But there's a
Nepo.
mechanism that tells you whose flag fell first. If both players' flags are down, there is a mechanism that will tell you whose flag fell first.
In junior events, it was just declared drawn.
I know. In the old days, your flag had to be
Okay,
up.
well, the arbiters have been called.
And this is our first controversy. The players have played a real controversy-free tournament.
Well, maybe we can replay that moment.
First of all, yes, and also we'll get our on-site broadcasting, our crack broadcasting team from Zagreb to tell us what we are witnessing. By the way, this last move, Queen E1, is winning for Nepo. I mean, it's just resigns or close to it on the spot because we're going to be picking up the bishop with a
The
check.
action of moving that queen all the way over.
All the way down to E1? Yeah, those long
Could have
moves.
been the wrong choice.
2 seconds is not a lot of time. And again, the players are sitting at the board, maybe discussing the result, but also leaving the arbiters.
They're consulting the arbiter.
The arbiter is come back. Yeah. Sorry, Jovi.
Well, all we have to do is wait and see.
Exactly.
Ooh.
We will ask our crack team there on site in Zagreb to tell us what just took place, because Wesley So won.
He won on time.
He said, he pointed out the clock.
Yeah, we can hear the round of applause.
Wow. That's a stunner.
And let's have a replay at the end. And this is the
So
moment.
Nepo's king is in check. He very deliberately, by the way.
And there's the
He
flag.
lost on time much earlier on.
Okay.
So Wesley simply didn't call it right away, is the point. Wow.
Wow.
And then they must have played a number of moves. Wesley hasn't realized that the clock is down. He still hasn't realized, and now that he's about to lose,
He's about to get checkmated.
I better call the flag. Wise decision.
Yeah,
Wise decision.
But a heartbreaking finish there for Jan Nepomniachtchi,
Yes.
because it's his third loss in a row.
Yeah,
It's
at the
been-
very end, I saw him kind of go on tilt a bit there. I picked that up. But losing on time, I mean, he was playing King H5 with some. He's got 2 pawns. He would just play King H5 quickly because you're winning.
But you know, it's so easy in the heat of the moment just to forget about the most element
The clock.
of thing. And let's go over to Miro. What have you got for us?
White one, white one, white one, black one.
Yeah, like we could go on and on and on. However, you guys were looking at the game, right? Levon against
Versus
Fabi. Yeah, well, what amazes me that when Fabi was like winning all of a sudden, right? And
Yes.
Queen C3, you would think, I'm a piece up, right? But then Queen C3 is a big mistake, it turns out. And how do this, strong players, how do they create such position that you're a piece up and you still can go wrong? Because after H4, it was a drawback again.
Yeah.
And the only thing he needed to do
Queen
is
F5.
to go Queen F5. And the reason for that specifically, that after this check, the F2 pawn is hanging, but you defend it with the king. And Levon had a chance to win the game, right? And you've mentioned it, that King H7 was a big mistake, and I think it was highlighted.
Yeah.
So instead, Knight E2 was played. It was not a great move.
Right.
And let me find the previous one. And on move 14, Knight E2 was played. It wasn't a great move because Knight D5 was very interesting. So I'm kind of making some links here. So takes here. Rook has to go to E8. After this check, Knight F7 is going to happen. So you have to take Bishop F6, and then White wins. I'd argue that in the Blitz game, White just wins always because you do not find Rook E7. The reason for that you have to be, like you go here, knight g6. You can't go knight d7 though, because it's a check from g4. You go knight g6 and you're just on time to go queen f8. And all the other lines, it's one of the two checkmates. So there was a chance, then it was a clear win, and yeah.
And then a clear draw.
Right. What you guys were saying, like, we feel for Jan, but also for Levon, like he keeps losing these positions with like very good chances.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you, Miro. And we have some interviews in Zagreb.
But let's check out the standings and see
Very good day
what
for,
the day has brought us.
For Fabi.
It has been definitely an amazing day for Fabiano Caruana, who has moved to 21 points. And he's ahead of both Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza, who all won their games. Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they had tied for second place with 16.5 points. Half point behind them is 16 points, but that's an extensive lead that Fabiano Caruana has. And let's go over to Cristian for some of his insights.
We all saw it. It seems like Nepo did flag in that one, but right now there's an appeal going on. So the players involved, Wesley and Nepo, are still in the playing hall, still waiting to see what the official result will be. But we will be here with Wesley as well as with the leader after today's round, that is Fabiano, in just a few moments. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis. We're waiting to see what the official result is in this final game.
Appeal could be about?
Well, it's probably to do with the fact that he hasn't realised that he lost on time earlier on.
That Nepo...
Because he felt like he played queen to e1 relatively quickly.
Right.
But in fact...
He had lost on time.
Yeah, and we have it on
moves
camera.
Before.
So here is the moment where Jan lost on time.
So he's playing this move, king h5. He's
hesitates.
2 pawns up. He hesitates for quite the while, and this is where he loses on time.
Yeah, just take a look at the clock. And Wesley doesn't realise and keeps the game going.
Exactly.
But the thing is, once you've lost on time, you've lost on time, even if the game
you don't gain any.
alive. Yeah.
You don't gain any time on the clock anymore after you've lost. There you go. There you go. Where did my time go, says Nepo. So I would imagine the controversy from Jan's point of view is my clock, I should have gotten seconds for playing queen e1. I shouldn't have lost on time because I played queen e1 relatively fast. I think Nepo was simply unaware that he had lost the game moves earlier.
Yes.
He's got nothing to appeal, I'm afraid. No appeal.
Yeah, but since appeal is filed, what do we do? Is this what we just watched? Can it be used for by arbiters? What do you think?
Yeah, no, that's the evidence.
Well, we're going to take a pause on this discussion because we're going to go straight to Zagreb, where we have Cristian alongside Fabiano Caruana.
Fabi, a great day at the office for you. Some would say a bit lucky. You were saying that it was a bit lucky as well. It started off with a loss, and then this moment happened that turned everything around. It felt like you were playing against Gukesh. Tell us a bit about this moment after the move b7.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize... I mean, I was already playing for an advantage. I didn't realize that he's winning here. But he was much better earlier on, and I had a very unpleasant position. And then I started playing very, like, from this moment... Go back a few moves, like when I played a5, because of course I'm totally safe. I can play queen c3, make a draw. But this was a very ambitious move, and I saw this position, and I thought, like, this is good. I wasn't 100% sure, but okay, with seconds. And yeah, it turns out that queen e3, king f1, knight g3, king g2, he has knight e2. I still think that after king f1, it's not easy to, like, yeah, okay, g3. But it's, you know, in these time controls, anything can happen. It's possible to panic, as he did. And then I won after he made some panicky checks, which were typical. Like, that's something in Blitz, it's that the instinct when you're down to seconds is just to give checks. It's always the instinct for everyone, without any exception. So whenever you have to make, like, quiet moves in these positions, just everyone messes it up.
Something is clicking for you in today's rounds. What would you attribute that to?
Well, I mean, I was lucky at the start for sure. Yeah, the game against Gukesh, was lucky in some other game as well. I can't remember exactly which one. Against Wesley, I think, was very lucky.
But you were a bit unlucky against Alireza also.
Yeah, then I played like this beautiful game against Alireza, and then like basically he got down to his last second and he made rook e5. And I just thought it was like a panicky move, like a upper rook, and he's just making a move not to flag, so okay. And just the game's over, rook c8, and then the queen came back and took my rook. But I have this like problem with hanging rooks. I really do hang rooks a lot.
You did that against Levon twice, right? In Germany, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I blundered 2 rooks against Levon, but somehow won the match. But yeah, it's a problem for me. I also blundered a rook against Anish. Not that I blundered them to tactics, I just put them on squares which are protected.
You have to be a bit more protective of your rooks.
Yeah, I should work on that.
Absolutely. Well, tomorrow, 4.5 points in the lead. How are you feeling? Obviously, your chances are looking quite good. Are you thinking about the record of the Grand Chess Tour as well? What's in the back of your mind going into the final day?
Yeah, I have thought about I guess it's 27 points. It's really tough. I have to score +4, right?
Yes.
To break that. I mean, the first thing is the first few games of the day, I want to make sure that I'm not like messing up my lead. And only after that, I'll start thinking perhaps if things are going well, if I can aim for that. But the tournament's not over, and it's still 9 more games.
Well, Fabi, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and congratulations to Fabi. I wonder if there's such a thing in chess. If you're blundering your rooks, can we have a babysitter that takes care of the rooks? You know, sits beside you and say, watch out for the rook. Pay attention, Fabi, you're losing your rook.
I kind of like the
a
idea
rook
of
sitter?
Having,
a rook
I like
sitter?
the idea of having an AI-generated voice going, no.
No, stop it. You're blundering your rook. Miro, our tournament leaders, well, can anybody catch them? Come on. 4.5 points, it's too much. It's too much.
Impossible.
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 Yeah, now it's a fight for second place.
So, Fabi had a relatively successful blitz day, right? MWL, if my math correct, won today's mini blitz tournament.
Yes, he had the best score.
He's still like 4.5 points away. So it looks mathematically impossible that Fabi is being.
Exactly.
But it's a huge fight for the second place.
Never say never, guys. 9 rounds. It's been a long event.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can have a wobble where just things go wrong.
Yeah. What did MVL score to win today's competition?
Was it 6
out of 9? Plus 3?
6.
Plus 3. Did he have a loss to go with his victories?
Well, you're asking too much. Yes.
I think everybody lost.
I think he did. I think he actually did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody lost at least a game.
So.
And let's go over to Cristian, who is with Wesley So.
Wesley, they were asking in the studio, what do you need to do in order to catch up with Fabiano? 4.5 points tomorrow to catch up with Fabi. What do you need to do?
I need to put sleeping pills on his drink.
He was mentioning that he's blundering a lot of rooks.
He is?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't get the chance to. Yeah, just see he wins every game. It doesn't matter winning, losing, drawing. He just wins it all. Like against Gukesh, he was losing. I think today also my game, I should be winning somewhere. But somehow he just wins it all. So he's very good. In classical rapid and blitz. Unfortunate Magnus is not here to challenge Fabi. I mean, 4.5 is such a huge lead. We can pretty much give him the trophy.
It's not over yet.
Huh?
It's not over yet.
4.5?
Yes, I think so. 9 rounds.
If he scores 3.5, someone has to score 8. Yeah.
Right. That's a lot.
It's over.
I wouldn't call it over yet.
Yeah.
But Wesley, you have to tell me what just happened in that final game against you and Jan, because we were waiting for you 5 minutes ago, but apparently there was an appeal. What was happening?
You should ask him, actually. It'd be very fun, because I noticed Jan lost his last 2 games before my game. But I wasn't playing very well either. So I didn't know what opening to play, but things went bad, and actually he lost on time.
When did you notice that he lost on time? When he pointed it out? Because he lost a few moves before.
He didn't point out. I saw it when he played Queen E1. I just said, take a look at the clock, see I'm not losing on time. But Ian is very upset right now, so we'll see. He said he's gonna file an appeal. Yeah, just look at the clock, and then I saw zeros. So I was like, I don't know.
But Jan was saying something. He was pointing at your clock as well, or he was pointing at the position. What was he saying?
Well, we'll see if he files appeal. I think he's just very upset. Like he said, I should have resigned a long time ago.
Okay.
All that good stuff. And, you know, I don't challenge that. But, I mean, you lose on the clock. Now we're waiting to see if we can find the full video of our game and then see where exactly. Because the last thing I want is a...
We will show it to you right now. Here it is. Check it out.
No, it's not. We want the full video.
There it is. As you can see, his clock is going down to 2, 1.
Oh, so he did lose.
He did lose on time.
Yeah, he lost more than, like, he's still holding it, yeah?
Yes.
Can you go back? Or that's it?
That's it.
1,
That's the
2,
last move.
Okay, let's see. King.
0.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very good friends with Jan. We were teammates in the World Rapid, and the last thing I want to do is upset him. But, I mean, things like this happen. You lose on the clock.
This is competition, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if he had the white pieces and I lost on time in a completely win position, I'm sure he'll fight for the full point. I mean, we'll see what he wants to do, but I think looking at all the rules,
the video, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a successful appeal, but we'll wait for the official
decision. Yeah, then he'll get some complaining, like, you know, should have resigned, or I didn't promote correctly, or I didn't, you know, but according to the rules, it doesn't, the first warning, even if I didn't promote correctly, which I don't know if I did or not, the first thing you do is just a warning, so he doesn't get extra time or anything, and he should have stopped the clock if he really wanted to. But I don't know. Jan is very picky. Like in Blitz, you know, things happen. But Jan, if you adjust the pieces without saying Jadobi, he gets really angry. Like he did that to me before. So.
There's types of players, personalities, different personalities all throughout the tour.
Fabi, he just wins all his games, so he don't need drama. But with Jan, I'm good friends with him. This is the last thing I want, but we'll see what happens. I mean,
despite the drama, Wesley, you did win this game.
Well, I agree, though. I should have resigned a long time ago. But
I'm not sure it was that clear.
Yeah, we need to. Just play so bad today. I really hope I can do much better tomorrow, and then hopefully no dramas.
Well, go to your hotel room, get some preparation going, perhaps some blitz games, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, what's Fabi's secret? You need to tell me.
He's just playing a lot.
Play a lot. Okay, yes. Play a lot.
Maybe you guys can organize a match or something.
Play a lot, farm a lot. Yeah, that's why Hans withdrew. He's very scared of Fabi right now.
Let's not get into that. Back to you guys in St. Louis.
Thank you. I'm very happy Wesley finishing the day with a win.
He got outplayed and he won on time. End of story.
But the clock is such an important part of Blitz chess. So let's take a look at the standings once again after the first day of Blitz. Fabiano Caruana there at the top with a very comfortable lead, 21 points. Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they are on 16.5 points. Alireza on 16 points. And Nepomniachtchi, Levon, Aronian on 14.5 points.
We can see why Jan was a little bit peeved with 14.5 points. Should he have won that game, he would be at 15.5, as would Wesley. And big fight for those prizes. Jovi, 40,000 first. Yeah, every point counts as day one of the Blitz comes to a close, Miro. That was exciting.
As exciting as it gets. Right?
Wow.
And I'm just not as pessimistic as Cristian and you guys. I think it's over in terms of for the first place.
I do too. I think the fight is all about a second.
It's very hard to imagine
a complete else. Yeah.
Right. However, there's a big fight for the second, the third. Well, money's on the line, GST points on the line, so of course. yeah, it'll be exciting to watch.
Absolutely.
And let's remind that it's the same tournament that we had today will be played tomorrow with the same kind of schedule, everything with colors reversed.
Right, exactly.
Yep.
I mean, I noticed that Fabi started with the 2 whites, and that start of today with the 2 whites was not a success. He lost the first game.
But he won against Gukesh.
Which he could have easily lost.
He was in a ropey position, but nonetheless, it doesn't matter about the positions. Uh-oh. And, well, I can see...
Christian's brilliant.
Christian, you guys are doing well with your predictions.
But you are unlucky. Nepo has been
he had 3 games.
Anastasia, speaking of Nepo, you were in the playing hall, right?
Yes.
While I was chatting with Fabi and Wesley as well. You were in the playing hall. What was the atmosphere there?
Yeah, so I can say that the moment that Nepo is very disappointed with the outcome of the game. I don't know what will happen. There are still discussions around that result, but still it's unclear what will happen in the end. The only thing I can tell you, he was disappointed, he was not happy, and he was discussing it with Michael Khodorkovsky and with Tony. We'll see what will happen in the end, because, you know, it takes time to settle these things down.
And I think Wesley made a very good point. Nepo did lose his 2 games before he played against Wesley as well, so that could have played into his frustration.
Frustration, you're absolutely right. He mentioned it to me as well. Tomorrow he has birthday, actually, so it was kind of a spoiler today. I don't know. We will see what will happen. We will follow it. You can also follow it with us guys later in social media. I'm asking everyone to follow Grand Chess Tour social media accounts and get more information later on. But I just want to say that for me it was a really special day today, which will stay in my memory. Thank you all, Grand Chess Tour. Thank you guys for this. And Yasser, I'm sorry that my daughter didn't pick you up. It's just for now. Later it's going to be changed. You know, these teenagers, they will make the changes later on.
Always forgiven.
Absolutely, guys. We will be here to give you all the insights. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know what's going to happen with the appeal either. But don't forget, tomorrow the round starts 1 hour earlier. Perhaps you guys can mention that as well. Make sure you wake up early enough in the morning.
Yeah.
I know, Yasser, you have some problems with that, but hopefully we'll see you on time tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Christian, for the reminder. Yes, indeed. It's very early here in St. Louis. But it has been a brilliant call. Miro,
what a day
Jovi,
of
wow.
chess. I completely took the words right out of my mouth. You know, unbelievable day of chess. And thank you everyone for watching, and join us tomorrow 1 hour earlier. We'll see you then. You don't want to be missing it.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.